Week 2 of the UNL Poker Premier League here on twitch.tv/poker. A new group, but only one major change. PJ is in this group to try and get back. He was only up 6K, and everybody else trying to fight their way and move up the leaderboard in Week 205 of the UNL Poker Premier League, live from Anderson Hall on the College of Journalism and Mass Communications at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. I'm Alec Rome, along with me, my color tonight, Mitch Francis. Mitch, you and I played against each other last week. Now we're in the commentary booth tonight. How you feeling, man? How you doing?
You know, considering my play last week, I feel very good, and I'm really excited to get back on the mic and watch some great poker tonight. You know, Jeff kind of sitting, after his performance last week, was sitting in first place until the second group played. He's going to look to continue his dominance here and jump up the leaderboard over us. And we got a couple people at the table tonight who need to get back in the race. Obviously, PJ had that monster collapse last session. He was up about 300K and ended up leaving the night at only 6K. So a little bit of a collapse there. He's going to look to bounce back tonight and get into that coveted top 5 grouping.
Absolutely. Now we take a look at the standings. As a reminder for everybody, week 1 through 5, as we saw, Mitch and I are at the top of the board. Jeff at this table tonight up 156K. Nick, a newbie, had a very nice showing, up 122,000. PJ just up 6K, but that's enough to put him in the top 5 for now. Remember, folks, at the end of 5 sessions, the top 5 will automatically make the bid to the final. And as you can see in the middle, the next 5 will play a semifinal to get the final 6 spot. Landon, Wes in that sort of 6 to 10 spot, but very much still in the running. And as we see Brock down there at the bottom with Hamlet, Brock going to need some help tonight, down a full buy-in, 250,000 chips.
Yeah, with 250,000 chips each and every session, there are always opportunities to come back, Alex. So we're going to be watching here very closely tonight, as everybody's going to start out with 250,000 chips, and we will play blinds 500 and 1,000 for a couple of hours, and then we'll move into 500, 1,000, and then with a mandatory 2,000 ante.
Absolutely. PJ is on the dealer button, and with no further ado, we are off on night 3 of the UNL Poker Premier League. Hamlet, if you can hear me, let's get it rolling, baby.
Hey, no, it's just a very unlikely hand.
Hey, aren't you on that one?
Am I?
This one or this? Yeah, the first one. Yep.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Good luck with that.
On landing.
Which side?
2K.
Landon, under the gun, is going to raise it up here, just minimum to 2K.
It's gonna be kind of sick.
Wesley, did you look at your cards?
I did.
Okay.
It was in the dark though.
In the dark.
I looked in the dark. Though.
It was kind of dark.
Can I tell you, you ever had fly dogs? You guys had fly dogs? Anybody ever stayed at fly dogs, Lincoln?
And it looks like we have 2 callers here. Nick and Jeff are coming along for the flop.
On Thursday, and they free upgraded me to the jumbo dog. I had my hand all up in the chili and shit. It was terrible.
Is that the table?
Looks like we're not getting the cards
Yeah,
here,
hold
folks.
up real quick. We're not getting any of the cards registering. Make sure they move them around, shake them around all over that area.
Yeah, it looks like we might not even be getting any of it. Oh, it looks like the USB might have unplugged here. That would be a factor. One moment here as we get the
Stand by,
USB done.
everybody.
Where is it?
What?
Having everybody move their cards around can sometimes be crucial because our RFID readers aren't always in the spots that they need to be in underneath the table. So just takes a little wiggling around to get those cards to read. But a few technical difficulties here. We appreciate everybody for tuning in to night number 3 of UNL Poker Club Premier League. Looks like we got some cards now. You see Nick's.
Now we have some cards. Let's go ahead and keep playing, folks. It's on Jeff.
2, 10, 3. Top pair for Nick, from what we can see. Landon is going to continue here for 2,000. And Nick,
Has no time to think.
good call.
Behind the first call at all.
92K today.
Jeff, can you push the pot like a real man, please?
Looks like everybody's going to come along here for a turn.
Turn 6 of diamonds. And
Still
yeah,
a top pair.
he's got the best of it right now, folks. No backdoor draw, but just top pair. He will come out with a bet.
A top pair board, you kind of like to see that rainbow, 4-card rainbow there. Not worried about any flushes, and you feel pretty good about your top pair in this spot.
Okay, so what sizing?
4K and Jeff calls.
I'm
Or
just
Jeff
gonna
folds,
bother
Jeff
you
folds.
all night with this stupid question.
I'll call.
And Landon will call.
Landon coming along. Heads up
No,
to the
no,
river.
no, this time this wasn't legitimate.
And it's kind of a sweat with Nick here.
But you'll
As
never
we
know
cannot
which
see
ones are
Landon's
which.
cards. And a
Queen of clubs.
Queen
Have
of
you ever heard of
clubs
bluffing?
I haven't.
PJ?
I haven't.
Really? Do you want me
comes
to
on
explain?
the river.
Honestly.
I think if you're Nick here, I think
Well, Landon comes down donks here for 5,000 on the river into 25K. Now, I don't know if you're really loving raising here, but I think it's a no fold. I think you just got to rip it off.
yeah, if you weren't worried, I think if you weren't worried about your top pair 10 before, I still don't think you're worried about it as much now.
To win, right?
You know, ace queen is certainly in his range here, but
It's just everybody else.
is that something that he'd be willing to continue to streets with?
Yeah. If everybody else just
As you see, Nick still right there on your left.
I just want you to know
Rocket to the right there.
that because of this explanation,
Nick in the tank here, really thinking about it.
I'm 3-betting you to 60.
You got no flush draws
got
on the
60K.
board.
Only
That's
this.
not a 3.
No
bet.
straights out there, really.
That's a 30.
What? I didn't hear you.
And we'll obviously make the call.
2 pair.
2 pair. Wow.
I thought he said 3
Ooh,
there.
good river coming home.
Hamlet, what were his cards?
That was a spicy little pickup.
Queen deuce.
Queen deuce
for
coming under
Landon,
queen
so
deuce.
The river
Under the gun. Under the gun, making the raise. Opening it up, Landon. Opening it up with queen deuce, and we'll take down pot number 1 here on night 3 of the UNL Poker Premier League. He's up 18K. That's a pretty nice way to start it off.
Cards coming up now.
Then
Yep,
gonna
we're
have a
back.
bad night,
And you better pass it.
'cause I'll never remember.
So Landon hitting hand number 1 there.
Landon, one of our players, kind of in that middle ground in our standings.
He's
Off to a
bugging
really good
Coca-Cola.
start here. He's going to look to build his chip stack
Can I get in on that?
and make his way into that top
Is that
5.
a Fresca? Hey, Fresca. It's not a contact agent.
I'm sponsored.
Is that a boys reference?
What?
Is that a boys reference?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
To be honest, I want to bring some
What'd you
Pepsi
think?
to one of
I
these
really like
streams
it.
just
This
to
show
be
is
like,
tremendous.
I didn't love the delayed release, but I mean,
No, I didn't either. But that's more of a, obviously a marketing strategy because they're like, they crack like top 5.
yeah. But because the first season was over. You know what I mean? Like right away.
Yeah.
Here we go, hand number 2.
And that.
Action on Nick.
Start filming here.
Nick
Very
folds.
good.
Nick folded.
I don't know. I think
Better not raise pre-flop.
Oh,
And
brother.
Brock. Waking up with the rocket chips here.
there it is.
okay.
Raise to 3,000.
He will make the
Free.
obvious raise.
Standard 3K raise. PJ is going to come
Oh,
along
brother.
with ace, jack. I think there's a lot of hands here where PJ comes along with anyway, but ace, jack, you can see he's absolutely dominated.
And Landon has 10s here. Oh my gosh, here, folks. We have hit a huge hand right off the bat. We were going 3 ways with 3 major hands. It probably should have been a 3-bet hand. Of course, I'm surprised that PJ didn't 3-bet Brock. Action on Landon to the flop.
8 of clubs, everybody.
8, 5, 6. 2
Everybody-
clubs.
You can see indicated by
Basically whiffs, except for PJ might look towards some backdoor clubs, but everybody whiffs here. Brock
Landon
still
comes out. Landon
miles
comes
ahead.
out for 3K.
3,000. Jeff raised to 6. Fold from PJ.
Yeah.
Brock raises to 6, and I had that wrong.
To 6.
Hey, we have a muffin tender down there, so if you put
It's
some
not, it's not on.
And Landon with his 10s, thinking he has the overpair here.
Will obviously call, and it's a pretty standard spot. He has no backdoor draws. He is looking for a 10 and a 10 only here, folks, to the turn.
And it's a 9 of clubs. Doesn't really help anybody except for Brock. Now
Nope.
86%
up to something.
to pick up the pot.
Now remember, folks, that Black Joker is an 8 of clubs. It's one of the only cards in our deck that isn't working, and he'll make the fold. He'll make the fold
Wow.
of 6K, and Landon lays down 10s in a smart spot.
Wow.
I mean, that's a tough. I definitely would have ripped. I mean, you have the 10, you do have a gutter to a 7 over, but it is a very connected board. I can understand. And Brock with aces will pick up 12.5K. Wow, very
Yeah,
disciplined fold.
I suppose you see the you see the club come down and maybe you think your 10s aren't good. Flush comes home with the aggressive bet from Brock, but either way, a very good fold from Landon here. And hand number 2, back-to-back, well-played hands from Landon.
Nothing gets past these
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
What your LIC like list?
Which is why I was calling from that club. I was like, I really hope like the scariest card comes so it justifies my folding.
Oh,
Brock
there's a good deal.
is
Oh,
able to
Hamlet did a little fumble finger. Hamlet's been doing a great job for us. I think that's the first mistake I've even seen him make this
Okay, so
entire
one more,
time.
One hand for the night. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna be checking out.
Fold for the rest of the time. Yeah.
That's okay. He'll lose money
Goodbye.
that way.
It's
I like
not
the
about
nice delivery
losing.
deals, but,
It's about losing the least of the losers.
Inspiring words from Brock, folks. It's about losing the least from the losers. Hand number 3.
Hey, your UTD bigger.
Am I? Okay.
actions on Brock under the gun.
And another playable hand, 10-9 of hearts.
Maybe not a hand that you're going to raise under the gun too much. Maybe
But
one out of every
he may limp
3
this.
times.
Oh, he lets go of the
As long as
10-9
you get
suited.
information,
I mean, I understand the fold, but it's
I think out of position, you really have to limit the types of suited connectors that you play. I think 10-9 certainly can be one of those ones that you leave in your range under the gun like that. But sometimes your 8s and your 9s and your 6s and your 7s, you maybe feel like you have to let go under the gun because you're just out of position and you don't want to play those types of hands with people behind.
Landon, every hand.
and it is 4 ways. Nick found a hand and landed with the Jack 3 of diamonds. Doesn't mind it. Here we go. 4 ways. 7 of spades, 9 of diamonds, deuce of clubs.
Check. Check.
PJ will be the aggressor here with the best of it. That's 3.5.
Honestly, I should have announced it, but
PJ likes his middle pair with the potential to pick up some backdoor flush draws.
So are we
He's
implementing
certainly
the
going to be
bluffing
aggressive here.
things I told you about?
Try to take a pot if he can.
This isn't a bluff, okay.
probably not.
Fold from Landon, now over to Nick with 2 overs, but not much to do about it. I mean, Nick has played very well that first week, up 122,000. Nick's one of our newbies and makes the discipline lay down, and PJ with the best hand will take a small size pot here on hand number 3. PJ really could have been, as we said, up quite a bit if you watched our last episode on twitch.tv/UNL Poker. By the way, as you're looking at our beautifully made chips, the purple's worth 20,000, yellow's worth 5,000, black's worth 1,000, and red's worth 500. Last week he was really in a great spot. He ended up getting me in 2 hands. I cracked my aces, and then I ended up playing a pot where I don't think I hit anything with ace-jack and was up about 150K, then gave it back, and then doubled Jared up, and ended up basically even on the night. I think he's in a lot different mindset this time around compared to if he was up, where he could have played tighter, more tag poker. He's going to have to continue with the lag, loose, aggressive poker.
Yeah, the type of poker that PJ likes to play is he wants to put the pressure on. He wants to put people in spots. I think that's kind of his claim to fame and what he likes to lean on when he plays, and especially with 2 rookies at the table last week. To his right, he really wanted to put the pressure on, and it worked in some spots and not so much in others. I think, that hand that we played where I had the 9s and he had the set of 4s is one of those hands you can kind of look to as the beginning of the collapse. I think he thinks that he probably could have found a fold there, but going to look to run it up this week.
Hamlet, what was the first race?
West, PJ folded, West raised to 3K, Jeffrey raised to 12K.
All right, so we see it
So
right away.
West with the king 10.
And now Jeff is opening his 3-bet range. He told me before tonight that he did not want to get basically bullied during this, and now the action back on Wes.
Really wanted that 4.5.
Yeah, with the suited cards there. I certainly don't mind the 3-bet. I think if Jeff is wanting to open up
Okay,
his
Weston,
3-bet
remember what we
range,
said
I
about
think
Weston?
these
Remember the
kinds of
training.
hands, like king 5,
Young Padawan.
something that people probably won't put in your 3-bet range, are the perfect kind of hand to put in your 3-bet range.
But it is suited cards, and he will put the chips out.
Cut.
And we are going to flop our first 3-bet pot of the night. 25K in the middle already.
I wonder what the color commentary sounds like here.
4-7-6 rainbow, and it's a great flop for Jeff to keep barreling on. Will West even float?
There's a worse.
You're right.
West checks.
Now on
To be
Jeff.
honest, if I had a 9-3 of diamonds, I would be pretty
I
damn
think with
happy.
the open ender, it doesn't hit your 3-bet range very often, but I think you can come in and make a small bet here, at least maybe about 9K.
If I bet 12K on it.
Lucky for him, it didn't really hit Wes's 3-bet calling range either, so he might be thinking
Is 8,000.
that 8,000 is enough to push Wes off of this hand. And
Wes
it sure
will let it
does.
go.
Not gonna happen. Okay.
Jeff with the 3-betting strategy, expanded 3-betting strategy, as he said, coming in tonight, gets Wes there in the red sweater to fold, and he'll take down the pot. Jeff continues to be on a roll, up 9K.
No, I don't.
Good start to the third night of the UNL Poker Premier League.
He's not initiated yet.
Not quite initiated delivery, Franklin.
Are you the president of that thing?
But I want to know the requirements for being part of that club.
You really
Please,
don't. You really
please.
don't. You really don't want to know. Couple federal laws being broken.
Jeff, one of our
Oh,
founding
okay.
fathers
So
here
I'm
at
gonna
UNL
report
Poker
you
Club.
unless I see all the
And he
donations.
has a birthday, believe it or not, coming up just in a few days. I believe they're headed out on Saturday. He's going to try to
Yeah,
run
we're
up
gonna
some
head
money.
to Horseshoe Casino in
No,
Council
no,
Bluffs,
no,
Iowa,
no,
and
no,
stay a night
no.
there and play some cash games, maybe play a couple other table games, and just have some fun and celebrate Jeff.
as he celebrates his 21st birthday, which makes you legal to go across the river finally to play poker. And we will see ever, and it'll be definitely legal for him to make a raise here with Ace Jack off.
And we can play a hand together.
Raise to 3.5.
I see.
Jeff and the hijack gonna raise to 3.5 here.
I just think you would fold.
And it makes the fold around to Nick.
Nick with 10-9.
We'll let it go. Brock will definitely not play that hand, I imagine, once he gets to playing. He's not wearing his grandpa glasses tonight, unfortunately. Now, PJ with 8-5. Very playable hand, a very defendable hand.
And see, that's what I talked about earlier. PJ, in these spots, especially in a spot where he's going to defend, he's going to come along for the ride with a lot of different hands and really expand his range. He wants to get into hands because he believes that his play can carry him with some of his lesser hands.
So on Jeff. Jeff will come out with C-bet. 4,000. 3,000, pardon me. Now, PJ doesn't quite hit his range, but he does have a chance to float here and catch something. We'll make the call. Jeff still with the gutter and up 78 to 22% as we go to a turn. It's a 4 of hearts, which will add some interesting. That's will PJ continue to float. Will Jeff come with another bet here? It still hits your range.
Yeah, I mean, I think a well-sized bet here from Jeff, just continuing to barrel, representing a queen, might be able to get PJ off here. And he fires, sure enough, for 8K.
But I mean, here's the thing: if PJ was calling this flop, this is the turn that you're going to call, right? You don't have any backdoor, but this is exactly what you're looking for. But he will make the fold. I think it was probably end up being a loose call on the flop anyway. I get the idea, but obviously Jeff not checking back will take it down, and Jeff winning 2 hands here puts him at the top, up 16K.
How does that song go?
And here's Jeff, as we said, he's going to go playing at Horseshoe Casino for his 21st birthday. Let's hear about Jeff and why he likes the game of poker.
Expend my, I guess, my network of friends, and just because some of these guys I'm gonna have lifelong relationships with. So it's really cool to come back and play with these guys and be able to share these experiences with other people that I enjoy being with.
And we're back into it, yes.
Yeah, Jeff, like we said, one of the founding fathers of UNL Poker Club has yet to claim his share of the Grand Championship Trophy. Is desperately looking forward to that. Was hyper-focused in our last Grand Championship back in the spring. And he's bringing the same focus and intensity, I'm sure,
In this
here
case,
to the
it is
Premier League.
the Premier League Trophy. As that Premier League Trophy, you'll see when it gets around to Jeff, you'll see that big silver cup. And now Brock with ace-5 of hearts. They're in seat 2. will raise it up.
PJ calls for 3K.
And PJ will rip with the ace deuce off. And Wes will let it go, and we are heads up. Jack
Action
3-7.
will be on PJ here.
I'll check.
Goes check, check really quick.
Everybody misses.
And I think PJ might take it down with a bet here if he chooses to, but he'll check.
Check.
And it goes check, check again to the river. Anybody want to fire? It's a 6 of hearts. 6,000 from PJ.
Let's just check.
I think the only way Brock can win it is if he raises this,
Oh boy.
but I highly doubt. Unless he makes some sort of weird leveling call that would chop this. I believe it is a chop.
The question is, did you hit anything on that board?
See, ace 7. Yeah, it's a chop. Yeah, it's a chop pot. So he would be calling for a chop, and it would be quite the interesting call with ace high to have it right and get the chop.
To be honest, I'm expecting, like, if I go in on this, I'm expecting to see you flip a 6.
You think? Well, you just said you didn't have anything on the board.
I'm revising my thought process.
I see.
And
I'm
I
revising
don't
my.
need to see.
His revised thought process led him to a fold, and PJ gets Brock off a tiny chop there, wins 4K.
I think if you didn't hit anything on that board,
I
you'd
didn't.
probably lose.
I
PJ,
didn't.
like you guys
Other
saw,
than my
if you
high bet.
tuned in last Thursday, always going to be a guy to talk.
Pretty high.
Always going to be a guy to poke fun at the other guys at the table. It's part of how he plays.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Doc. Send it over to the.
He's already through 6 hands here. 7:23 p.m. Central Time. Remember, everybody, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We are on Sundays until November 15th or so on twitch.tv/poker, and on Thursdays you can join us over on twitch.tv/UNL Poker. Go over and give us a follow. Hit that heart button on twitch.tv/UNL Poker. Make sure you never miss an event. And of course, twitch.tv/poker has plenty of good content, including the Orbit Rec.Poker. Definitely a great content hub for poker. And here comes Landon with the raise as we get to hand number 7.
My family is usually in
Raises 2,500. It folds around to Brock. Brock will let it go. Pew, PJ with the 10s. And here comes a 3-bet to 6.
You're so bad.
And now Jeff with the ducks in the big blind. I think it's definitely a hand where you can rip, especially against PJ, to hit a set, and it would be a perfect time to do it. Be very sneaky. He
Yes,
will make the call.
I definitely don't hate a call here from Jeff. These kind of lower pocket pairs, a lot of times you feel okay ripping those because they can lead to really big payouts in pots like this, 3-bet pots and things like that. You're hoping somebody has ace king, ace queen, and you can kind of sneak in there and set mine. And if you hit, it's usually a big win. And he hits.
Oh my God,
He
it's set
hits it.
over set.
It's
Set
unbelievable.
over set. Set over set, folks.
An absolute cooler.
This is going
here
to get
brewing.
brutal.
And Jeff might lose all his chips he's just won over the last 30 minutes.
That's a good call. Okay.
PJ bets 9,000. Now over to Jeff. Jeff with bottom
Jeff.
set, but he doesn't know that he is in a set over set situation, is going to get himself in a lot of trouble. You have to expect he's going to raise here.
I think he's absolutely going to raise here. He talked like before. He wanted to open up his raising range, and he is going to go for it, pulling the trigger on the raise, and he is setting up for his own demise, raising it to 25K. And I imagine PJ just smooth
Snapped it
calls,
off.
just smooth calls, reeling the fish in
Here is the turn, folks. It's an ace of clubs. It may kill some action. I don't imagine so. It's on Jeff. Jeff will probably continue and fire again.
Jeff is gearing up for a big bet here, and
Bets
there it is,
35,000.
35,000, just about half pot. Now, the question is,
Oh,
and
it's
PJ
smooth.
is just going to smooth call. PJ with the smooth call. Now, does
Smooth
Jeff
call.
get a little nervous here with 2 smooth calls back-to-back on big bets?
Here is the river card, folks. It's a 9 of hearts. That is a lock on the hand for PJ, and it is on Jeff. Jeff, I have to imagine, will go for a third barrel here. Only King Jack is really, and other sets is what Jeff is beating, but you have to think you have to go for value here.
Yeah, with the bottom set, you absolutely have to barrel here a third time. You have to protect this. And he's going to.
139K in the pot. He's going to bet huge here, folks.
You better have the nuts. You're basic.
Oh, boy.
He's
It
reaching
is going to
for
be
a
trouble.
huge bet.
How much? 100.
How
That's
much? How much can
100,000.
PJ? Now, just PJ just jam it. Does PJ just jam here?
This
He's
is disaster.
counting out the
This is
call.
disaster on hand one for Jeff. Jeff was
If-
big in the lead. I mean, I don't think PJ's ever going to fold here, but this is absolute disaster on hand number 7 of the night for Jeff. We are only half an hour into the UNL Poker Premier League night 3, and we have seen set over set.
PJ, now, do you think he's thinking about a raise here? He's thinking maybe how much.
He only has
I think the
86
only
left
I
behind
think
if
the
he
only
does
raise-
go all in.
I think the only raise he can make here is an all in.
It's the only legal raise. Yeah, he would jam. Let's hear what he has to say.
This is absolutely massive.
Maybe to my equity and it would make sense.
But he's not going to fold, folks. He can talk about it all day that he wants. I don't think he's going to make a laydown of third set of the third set.
Jack 8 pre-flop.
You're beating queen. You're getting beat by queens, aces, or king jack.
Now you have to remember PJ, something may be going through his mind, faced a set over set situation last session in the negative for him.
That's right. It was house over house. But there's just no way you can lay. Let's see. Still in the tank.
Could be really thick value.
It could be really thick value, but you got some really thick value right there. I
Jeff
don't.
believes it to be thick value is the thing.
He makes the call,
He
and we
makes
will
the
see the
call.
bad news. PJ is going to go up 173K.
Ouch.
And the set of 10s, and PJ will go up big, and Jeff right away is in a deep, deep hole. Down to 100K, down 150K on the session already, and it basically wipes away any progress he had from his first session. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable hand there, guys.
That's what happens sometimes with those ducks. You flop a set 9 times out of 10, you'll probably end up getting a lot of chips, but those things happen. Set over sets, they are YouTube popular clips. It can be a crazy spot to navigate, and it's almost, it's like the Chinese finger trap. You can never get out of it. You really can't.
Absolutely. And now PJ, who at the beginning of the night was only up 6K, has now completely recouped his losses from last week.
And against one of the better players at the table, too. That's very important.
So let's talk about the real victim of that last hand.
Who's that?
It's me, because now you have money.
Brock does have a point with a big stack. PJ is going to open his range up significantly.
Hand 8, although I don't know if Jeff quite agrees with Brock. I think Jeff still feels very much like the victim here. And now Nick going to get involved. Will raise the 4. Brock with an ace. And we'll call.
Ace
PJ
3.
with king jack.
Ace 3 is one of my favorite hands to
This
play.
is a very
when
loose 3-bet, though, I will say.
It's a big stack 3-bet is what it is.
But I think he's trying to get basically an advantage here on the 2 players that he views to be very tight. Now, of course, Nick should not lay this down. I don't believe he will. He may even come in with a 4-bet. We have seen him limp
It
4-bet.
really isn't.
4-bet.
Raised to 50.
Oh, he does
He
4-bet.
does. He pulls the trigger on the 4-bet. First 4-bet of the night. And I think it's a good spot to do so.
Now, PJ is just going to have to probably cry and fold because Nick isn't 4-betting very light. But if he chooses to 5-bet jam it all in, he can just go ahead and give away some of his profits already. And we did see him do that. He 4-bet jammed on Jared, and Jared had kings. He raised like 1% of hands, and it was a major, major mistake by PJ going with just ace-deuce. And the 4-bet, of course, will take it down, and Nick playing the right aggressive strategy against a good player to take down 20K without ever seeing a flop. Very nicely done by the newbie, and he will continue to push up now, just up 5K. Very, very nice.
Yeah, Nick, one of the newbies, the rookies of the UNL Poker Premier League. Not a lot of these guys sitting around on the table have played a lot of hands with him, and I think that's something
And
that is
now
gonna work to his
let's
advantage.
let's hear about the person that just folded to Nick, PJ, about what he thinks about Nick.
Open concept kitchen,
Yeah.
you know?
Not just the open concept kitchen. I'm talking about the house.
I like how you put it that
I'm
way.
talking about like real big.
Just no
open-
walls. No walls in the house.
Hand number 9 here as we
Minimum
start
load bearing.
under the gun on Brock.
Right.
Brock under the gun, ace 3 again for him.
And I don't really know how you go about contacting architect to get back to my original point. How do you go, hey, can you design a house for me?
Well, we have like firms.
Yeah, there are. But
I
then you get a
imagine
lawyer.
it's the same way you contact a lawyer. We'll let them.
Looks to be reaching for
Ace E7.
just a call here, under the gun.
PJ calls.
UTG.
And PJ will do the same with Jack 3, his favorite hand to play, folks. He'll tell you Jack 3 offsuit is his favorite hand to play.
It's Limp City.
And West with King 6 could certainly come along here in a limp pot.
Nobody.
And he does not. Jeff folds as well. Now on Landon, and he's going to come along. And we have ourselves a bit of a family pot here, folks. Landon with 9-6 suited. Nick with Queen 8. Everybody with the opportunity to catch a piece here. 5, 4, ace
Landon checks.
is the flop. Brock going to be ahead with his top pair here.
Second ace comes home and I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, interesting spot here. Landon,
You get the ace of clubs, someone else is going to get the,
Nick
6,
checks.
7.
he does check. Nick checks.
You,
Brock with top pair, and you expect him to bet? We'll bet very little.
PJ calls.
And PJ will continue to float with his favorite hand, Jack 3 now.
Got it. Let me switch it up.
Now PJ.
And Landon will call it the flush draw.
What is called?
PJ does have his wheel blocked, however. I think that might be something that he's looking at, but he is blocked by Brock.
A 5 of diamonds on the turn will nearly lock this hand up, as Brock still has the best of it. And will continue to bet.
2.5, and
I figure
PJ will get
2K,
out of the way.
2K, you know,
And imagine,
good
as
value.
will Landon, but
Well,
potentially with a
2.5
club
and
draw, he
not
could
Has to
come
call.
along here.
Has to call. I mean, you're getting 6 to 1 here. And if he hits it, I mean, I don't know if you're getting. Now, if Landon hits this, he needs to bet.
Oh, no.
He does not hit
Where
it,
is it?
but he does get a piece of it, and I think
Where is it?
he may have to call this. That's 5.
Discord? He didn't email it to you? Oh, he came with a pro for the strats. Got it.
And it's 5K into 20K. I mean, you only have to be right every once in a while, but I don't think Brock's going to be
The
bluffing
6.
enough there.
I certainly think the 6,
My good six.
the 6 on the river there
Gets him paid.
gets him paid.
I wasn't good. See? Hey, that great fold on me.
And so Brock having to fight out of a 250K hole, have to start somewhere, and he's starting up 19K as we're 10 hands down here on night 3 of the UNL Poker Premier League.
Landon looks at the camera, mocks quad
What do you feel so far? I mean, obviously the big storyline through 10 hands is the set over set, but with the other 4 players at the table, how do you feel everybody's settling in?
I think everybody's settling really well. One thing that I've really liked here, just within the first 10 hands, is kind of the aggression from Landon. He's usually a guy that's gonna play his cards close to his chest, and not really make any aggressive moves most of the time. And when he does, it's certainly believed that he has it. But he's been aggressive in spots where, he hasn't necessarily had it. And I think that type of aggression and that type of play is what's going to work here at Poker Club with so many aggressive players at the table. Each and every session, you've got to be aggressive to keep up. with the pace.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Have to be aggressive to keep in this. We saw last session that some people were not willing to be aggressive and found themselves down. And here comes Jeff again with an aggressive 3-bet to 20K. He was going to do this to PJ. That was his plan. PJ was opening very wide during the last session, but this is, I would say, a lot better part of his range. And Brock will not call with the, I was going to say.
Third hand in a row, ace-3 for Brock.
And PJ will flat, obviously, with the ace-10. Jeff was planning on doing this. This was part of his strategy. He believed PJ was opening much too wide pre-flop in the last session and see if he can get it back against him this time. It's queen 10-6. He's not going to get it right now.
PJ top pair, top kicker is not going anywhere, even if Jeff bets chunky again. You
Now,
imagine a smooth call
He's got a
comes
very
through.
short stack here, folks. So he's going to have to make some sort of bet. There's going to be a call, and if he's going to commit to this line, he needs to jam turn.
That'd be a little diabolical.
Big bet coming in.
Yeah, but this is
15K.
actually-
It's
Not
only
as big as
about
I thought.
third.
Not as big as I
Eerie.
thought.
This is
About
very
third
eerie.
pot, and PJ's just gonna smooth call it here with his top pair.
Jeff with only a pot left behind. If a king comes, or even a jack comes, probably at another 10, and that will lock the hand up.
You're
And
calling
if Jeff
him on times,
jams
it's
here, he
over.
will have to rebuy. It's on PJ. He checks it.
Will Jeff pull the trigger and put
I think
himself
he's having
into a
a little bit of
disastrous
10
situation here
PTSD.
on night 3?
It's kind of rude to say.
It's the only option, I feel like.
I don't
No,
And
he
a
makes a nice
good
check back.
check back.
40.
And he bets 40 in the dark, and this will get an immediate fold. PJ, 40K in the dark. And I don't think this is going to get some sort of leveling call. Jeff is too short of a stack. It's basically for all his chips.
He
and
can't jam here either because it's a snap call from PJ.
not
Given
gonna
the
get any
size of the
fold
pot
equity.
and the sizing, you're not getting any folds with a play like that. Can Jeff get away from this one? I'd have to imagine he can.
I think he's just
He
Hollywooding
might be.
here, folks.
He might be Hollywooding, and he's gonna let it go.
PJ
Lets him know about the gold fold.
They're not stacked.
sends it out there, and Jeff dives further and further down the hole, and PJ continuing to be riding the rocket up towards the top of the leaderboard. Up big already here. We started with 250K, and he's already up 193K, putting him essentially in second place right away. But we got a lot more action here. It's only 7:38 as we head on to hand number 11. Man, so I mean, this is a tough spot. I mean, Jeff's gonna probably start. You think he starts just 3-bet jamming already? I mean, he's at 64K.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about his 3-bet strategy a couple times tonight. I think if he wants to stick with that kind of strategy, looking at his stack, you know, only 4% of the chips in play currently.
Tell me.
I certainly think that's would be something that he can do with the upper part of his range. You know, and just hoping for a double up, and I think a double up gets you right back into playing chips here. And with 9-4, he's gonna get out of the way certainly. Nick with Jack 10, looks like he wants to get involved.
Raise to 4.
Very nice raise. It's an expected raise from the button.
Two people I don't want
Yeah,
to
that's like the pressure.
Brock mumbling to himself and how he hates being in between a rock and a hard place known as Nick and PJ. PJ to his left, Nick to his right. Yeah, and Brock
Who's
really
the rock
needs to
and
play.
who's the hard place?
I mean, that's a good question. Good question.
Either way,
7-4 diamonds, easy rip.
How do I relieve myself of pressure?
Blue chip.
Blue chip.
But that's the problem for Brock. He has to play hands. He period has to play hands. I mean, the problem is that
he's gonna have to play hands because if he just continues to fold into PJ like this, PJ is gonna continue to rip hands just like this and pick up middle pair. 66%. Sorry, 68%. He's got the lead here.
Buy this man.
Well, I'm just trying to. double
well,
pot for
PJ will come out and donk, obviously with a piece of it.
And I get paid on that flush.
Okay.
2,500 and now on Nick.
Oh yeah.
Nick kind of think he has some backdoor equity, and I could see him
Because I think he might have.
making the call, or he'll choose to raise to 8. And a quick call here from PJ, obviously with a part of it. But I will say if a big card comes off,
And
like
a
a
jack.
jack, which will give Nick the lead.
Now Nick could find a sneaky check here potentially.
Equity went down a little bit,
Yeah, but
PJ,
unless I had the jack.
right read.
Well, is
Take a
he?
jack out of my hand, right?
12.
So it is a check, and it is a bet by Nick of 12. And I think this is, even with his bluffs, I think this is a line you have to take. If the ace comes off, I think you have to bet. And I think this may just get a full from PJ. I mean, is he really going to try and sort of level in and try to make a read here, thinking that he's just betting a draw? I mean, there are draws that have not gotten home yet, and PJ would be ahead of some of them.
And he is going to get paid here. This is interesting. I thought maybe a check here on the turn would have gotten Nick paid on the river.
Oh, it's
and
another jack. And that's actually a really bad card because it's one of the things that it gives PJ a bluff catching hand. Nothing, no draws, no big draws came home. No flush, no straight, which means Nick has to bet here with his bluffs as well. And he might get paid. He needs to bet something
It's got to be the right size.
middling. He needs to be maybe like a 20, 25K where
Lost in the
PJ
AJ.
sits there, cries, thinks about it for a bit, and then just
Oh,
has to
luckily fishing out when I need
ship
it.
it in.
Yeah, something around 1/3 here. I think is going to get him paid.
Bets 30,000. I think that's a little big.
To fold.
But that's what PJ's saying. Did he call turn to fold the river with two pair?
I'm really just. I think I just got you on a read here. That makes sense to me, right? Makes sense for play. I don't have a lot of hands with you. All right.
And he's going to
You got
pay for some info here.
Yep. Yes, sir. Running jacks, and Nick
Oh,
will
well, it
add
worked out for you, man.
54,000 to his stack.
And
It's
like-
a reasonable call by
Otherwise,
PJ.
It's absolutely a reasonable call if you feel like you have somebody on a read like that, especially I think somebody that you haven't played a lot of hands with, and you feel like you have them on a read. I don't blame him for paying for that information.
Not at all. Nick chops into PJ's stack just a little bit, up 59K. Through 12 hands here, 742. Thanks everybody for sticking around with us. Alec Rome, Color, Mitch Francis, our producer tonight, Parker. Parker has been along with us. Parker Real, Palace podcast host, all of the many different things. Streamer. We're so happy to have him along.
Drew Lock just came back for us. Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't
Drew Lock. Talking about Drew Lock. That's an NFL Sunday, by the way, folks.
Did Denver win today?
Young quarterback.
I think they probably did. Probably beat the Patriots.
Oh, they did, I think. They did. I saw Freezing Cold Takes retweet it, so I'm assuming that.
Hockey is normally on right
Oh, Jeff King Jack here. Is this one of those hands, Alec, that we talked about? No, he's just
Well,
gonna...
if he gets 3 bet, I think he is probably going to put it in with a decent hand. Raise the 3?
3.5.
3.5.
And then landed.
Nick with 8-4.
That's a rippable
Suited.
hand. It's a little
Bingo.
loose. Yeah, he's going to make the fold.
Brock with 10-9. We saw him give up on 10-9 suited earlier. Really come along this time with 10-9 off.
No, he will not. I'll let it go.
PJ folds.
And PJ,
Oh.
King 3 out of the way.
Didn't expect that. Maybe I would.
And I think that was a fold from Wes as well. And that is easy enough for Jeff to get a little bit. I mean, he needs something.
I'm okay with
Like-
giving that information because I don't think that's on anyone's.
Like,
Yeah,
I
a
had,
walk
like,
there from
middling
Jeff with that
I
hand. Maybe
could've
not quite what he
played,
wanted,
then
but-
I was like, if somebody raises,
take it.
I'm not gonna want to play, and I'm just gonna lose money.
The board we never saw was 299.
Yeah, the board you never saw.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I had one of your 9s, so
Clock up 9-9 too.
the 2-9 was looking even worse.
A little worse.
I thought he was going to give a big reaction, but he's just trying to stay calm. We were just talking about the set over set hand that happened a little while ago as we head on to hand number 13 of the night. It'll be on land and with Doyle suited, Doyle of hearts.
25.
And he will make the raise with Doyle.
Just like I said earlier, Landon upping his aggression
Oh,
factor, but running right
no.
into Nick's queens. Now, I think a 3-bet is coming. Question is, what sizing? I think if he sizes it correctly,
Boys, I am.
he might get Landon to come along. Haven't seen the other people's cards yet.
So Nick will raise to 9. We'll make the 3-bet.
Just a minimum. So 9K. And a couple of quick folds. Wes is going to fold. Jeff with 10-3. Most likely going to get out of the way. Did he size it right to keep Landon involved?
The more
He's
sandwiches, so
mulling it over,
gonna-
thinking about, do I want to call? Do I want
Like,
to
I
see
can't
if I
eat
can
any
hit my
more
flush, or
sandwiches.
do I want to just let this go? You can see it in his eyes.
The problem is for Landon is that he didn't get any callers behind, so he doesn't really feel priced in, and he is going to fold.
And another 3-bet here by Nick will take her down. Nick now up to 312K. Very nice.
Kind of an unfortunate spot for Nick there, because I think if even if one or two callers before Landon come through, Landon might feel like he's priced into it as well, and then suddenly you have queens and you're looking at a flop with 3 callers.
Absolutely.
We're here for
I got those book smarts, but I don't have the poker street smarts.
Okay. It's the classic situation. City boy meets bad girl on the subway. flips his world upside down. I get you.
Not exactly what I was going for.
Nick with queens
great,
again? Is that right?
Look like one of those guys that wears like an Oxford
Is that
shirt,
correct?
You know, in a sport coat.
Queens back-to-back
You're
hands
joking.
here for Nick. That's
You're absolutely
unbelievable.
joking.
Under the gun here, he is gonna raise it up.
Like a guy that could though.
I was thinking to
Back to
myself that
back
maybe we made a
queens.
mistake. Maybe it was an issue with the cards, but that might have been the exact same hand he had last time. It happens sometimes. Now Brock won't call. Wait, now that
I think Hamlet's
now
become
Brock did have a
bored
different hand this
with
time.
me.
Yeah, I think it's right.
Unbelievable.
Down a queen,
Queen.
no, and Jack 8 of clubs. This would be a hand that Jeff would reasonably call. I think it's right. I think Nick just got queens 2 hands
That's
in a row. How sick is that?
unbelievable. And landing with 5-4
and he'll
certainly
call.
feels like he wants to come
Yeah,
along.
the
Yeah, I
graphics
mean,
are right. The table's not wrong, baby.
Oh,
Nick
my
just got
goodness.
queens 2 hands in a row.
Action on young extra. He's gonna think, never mind. Ask him about somebody that he knew.
Jack 9-8
Oh,
two-pair
Man,
for Jeff.
2 pair for Jeff, but Nick now with the gutter to the diamond draw.
Unlike my man on my right here. Had to peel him again.
Option
Okay,
is on
it's
Jeff.
double
And
He's
he
going
will
to think about a
obviously
donk here.
donk.
Then equity denier.
7K.
7K, just under half pot here from Jeff on the donk.
Now, will Nick just flat, or Nick, will he raise it all in? Because or just raise, period. Now, Jeff, remember, folks, it is 54K behind.
Okay, you
The
don't
gutter,
remember. Okay.
straight flush draw here. You got to think he's going to raise.
I'm just trying to understand.
And my guess is Jeff wouldn't go anywhere with his 2-pair.
If you want to help me out, how about
Yeah,
you
it could be
lose
getting
some
in here,
chips?
folks. Now, if another diamond comes off, it might
get a
shut down
replay
Jeff. So I
of
think if
those
Nick
there.
is going to do something and wants to commit to this hand, I think he has to
No, no.
raise.
Just trying to see.
I need a
Maybe
I think
bring
he's
it
just
to the
thinking
pot.
about. I think he's thinking about sizing here, Alec. I think he's thinking how much can I raise here to keep Jeff in? Because I don't see.
And well, Jeff may just jam it all
He
in
might
too,
just jam it. I
because
was
if it
to
does
say,
get
I
a
don't-
raise, oh no, he lets the queens go. And
Wow.
Wow. Lets the queens go. I'm going to have to check with him to make sure that that was his hand, but I can't believe that.
If that truly was queens that he just let go, that's
Now-
a sick fold.
Now, technically, it looks sick, but also he actually made the wrong fold there. He actually
He
made
had
wrong.
the equity.
He had the equity. He was the leader. I mean, Jeff was in a tough spot. He didn't want to see any more cards, and Jeff got very lucky there. If Nick did have queens, that's sick. That is crazy. That is crazy, folks. Lots of
Yeah, I got
action,
these
set over
3
set.
times
Nick
in a
getting
row.
queens 2 hands in a row. We're only about 50 minutes into our session. We're playing till 11 o'clock tonight, folks. Lots of hands going. Alec Rome, Mitch Francis with you. Hamlet, our dealer. Give a quick shout out to Hamlet as he's getting the cards straightened up. We have him mic'd up tonight, folks. I know last time we had a little bit of trouble hearing our
there's a
dealer, and
deuce
so
in
we
the back.
decided to mic up our dealer
I
this
thought there
time.
was 4 deuces.
Yeah,
Hamlet.
going back to that last hand, if you're Nick there and you do have queens, I guess really the only thing that you're kind of thinking there is maybe Jeff just absolutely smashed it on the flop.
Right.
Which he did with the 2-pair, but smashed it in terms of, a couple of suited cards there, smashed it into a flush,
the meaning of
and there were some straights out there and things like that. Would be my only guess that I don't see another train of thought that leads you to a fold there other than that,
And
if the
Brock
queens were true.
to give it a little rub, and he'll rub and see king deuce.
Yeah, that's not an under the gun hand.
PJ will fold 9-7. Wes getting out of the way with jack 5. Jeff with the 3 deuce may consider the raise.
Sunday night.
Raise to 4K.
He will.
Call.
Landing
Landing
call.
coming along with
brother,
ace
he's getting
10.
dominated again, and Nick 9-6 off. Decent playable hand out of the big blind occasionally, but I don't know if it's great against 2 people.
That'd be so stupid.
But regardless,
It would be a little bit disorienting.
He
too,
will
'cause
make
you would
the
hear
call.
what you just said.
and action will be on Landon to the flop.
I imagine I would stop.
Landon with the
watching
ace of
because
clubs
I'd
here,
hear
folks.
myself.
We see a couple clubs. It could get very interesting. And we see 2 of them. It is queen, 4, jack, 2 clubs.
Checks.
That's good.
Has a gutter.
Check.
Now will Jeff bet the low flush draw and follow through on the raise into two people?
I feel like he has to protect it here. Not only is this a continuation bet, but this is protecting the hand that he has. He wants to see one more club, but not another one after that.
Bet of 6K and a call, and we are headed to a turn. If it's another club,
Nice catch.
it's interesting. It is another club.
Okay,
Jeff
see.
bangs home his flush. However, Landon now with an open ender plus the flush draw, but he's only got 17% here, folks.
Call before the break. Can I get a last hand call before the break? Thank you.
Jeff
Gotta
is going to
bet the time on the
continue
break
his
by
line
four.
here.
Yeah, the next hand will be the last hand before the break, folks.
Next hand is the last hand you put in.
Great.
How much
What's
was that, Hammy?
what's that bet, Hammett?
So what's your folding?
10,000
bet? You need to go to
is the
bathroom.
bet.
Are we folding aces?
Not UTG.
Call.
And Landon will call, and I don't know if Jeff loves this. However, there's lots of hands that could be there.
Okay.
It's an ace.
And could get Jeff
I
paid
don't
here,
think a
actually.
4-5 is worth not going to the bathroom.
Could get Jeff paid, potentially.
Caller, or maybe a 3-better.
You got to think,
Uh-oh.
oh, a donk.
Donk for 10.
And now the
and-
question is, how much do you raise?
Oh, it's I think it's an easy jam. He's got a pot left behind. He's a little worried he may not get a call out of
They both have red
Landon, although he
cards.
could get
They're
himself a
both
little...
just-
The board.
Because he's
shoving
down
money
big,
into
he
the
might
dark.
be getting himself thinking, oh, well, Landon doesn't play enough hands. Maybe I just need to take the conservative approach, call, and take my chips in front of me.
The
He's
hearts
going to
are a
win the
higher
pot no
suit.
matter what. Maybe he just decides, hey, I'm just going to flat it off. I'm going to take my win right now and not give myself in a position. Because technically, if he jammed, he could be wrong. He could be having to rebuy, but he will go all in.
So one spade.
For
3
57K, I don't believe this is going to get a call on Landon. Landon doesn't make these big calls very often,
Das.
but he did put 10K in there. He's played the whole hand. He might be so inclined to double Jeff up
Not
here.
a bad hand to do it.
You said 57, right?
Yep, it is
There's a lot
57.
to have.
And Jeff might be looking at getting the full amount here, as I think Landon is thinking about a call.
He's rolling over. He has the ace. He has ace of clubs. It's also a blocker. It's not a bad blocker, and you have a blocker to the straight. I think this is a spot where if you're really trying to think it out, you may call. But here's the other problem too, is that there's lots of value in Jeff's range, and he's
He's
played the hand.
absolutely taken the line.
Yeah,
he's
he's taken
taken
the
the
right
line as representing exactly what he has.
He makes
he
the
is gonna
smart fold.
fold. Very
Good
good
fold,
fold.
Landon. And Jeff can't get any more value from his flush, but it's enough to get him about doubled and back into the conversation
You can look
at
the stream and see what it has.
111K. And we're going to have one more hand here before we take our break
If you
on the
remember
hour
tomorrow, then
as we
it'll-
wrap
it'll
up
set you
hour one of night 3 of the UNL Poker Premier League.
Lots of action in this first
Really
hour,
good.
Alec.
to
Really fun.
figure out
Really
everything
fun.
you did wrong.
Hope you're enjoying it, folks. Hope that we're giving you some
Everything
new
you do.
content.
Every
We're
time
bringing new
TJ
content to the
bluffed
poker
after
world, folks. New
introducing
poker.
the bluffing like
Very
we did.
interesting. Remember, 5 cash game
Would've played
sessions.
the straightest game.
Each player is going to play 5 cash game sessions and make as many chips as they can. The top 5 will make a final on November 19th, where we're going to stream and raise money for charity. And 6 through 10 will battle for the 6th spot in a semifinal on the Sunday before, I believe. Probably November 15th. As we head on to the last hand before the break, it's hand number 16, and it will start on PJ Miglino under the gun, and he'll quick fold and get the hell out of here. And we'll see Wes come in for the first raise in a while. Jeff with King 6 will not go with it. And here's Landon with that dang ace 10 again. Nick with the Queen 3 will get away. Rock with the 10-6 will get away. Hopefully all the people that remember their mic. Oh, those two are mic'd up. Okay. I was just going to say, I'm like, don't carry the mic
Don't
into
get
the
up with the
bathroom.
microphone. Don't do it.
3-handed. Here we go. Nine, 5, 4, 2 diamonds. Brock with a not bad hand, and he's going to make a little donk here.
0.5.
We'll bet 3,500, and Wes with not much to do about nothing,
Raise to 7,000.
but will min click Brock, and it actually might work, and it will work to get the best hand out of the hand. It will not work to get Brock out with a little bit of equity. As we go to the turn between the two best friends, Brock and Wes, and now Brock picks up the flush draw, and because he plays a very certain style, he's going to bet again.
Yeah, Brock is gonna feel good about his
He's going to bet 9,000.
on a lot of spots.
And it gets called off, snapped up very quick with ace high. Wes smells something in the water, but I will tell you, if this flush draw comes home, it does not. It's a jack of diamonds, but here's the problem, though. It is the front door flush, so if Brock does bluff this, he might get it done. It is on Brock. Oh, he checks it. That's not going to do, folks. And now Wes will probably be thinking about a bet because he knows he can't win, and that will get a quick fold. And Wes
Very
technically with the
nice.
best hand, but it is just ace high, and it will get it done. And that's the last hand before the break, folks. We're going to take a break. Lots of action in the first section of the UNL Poker Premier League. There's the chip counts. PJ up quite a bit, and Jeff. Yeah, I don't know what's going on yet.
How's our audio?
Going good. Our bites aren't working just because we had some sort of mix-up there, essentially. Like, it's supposed to be reading the desktop audio, but for some reason it's not, like, playing anything, so I can't get any bites because I had it set up a very certain way. So, unfortunately, we have no bites as of right now. I tried to figure out why that is. I don't know why, though. Let me check real quick something in OBS settings. I might be able to change right now, but otherwise going real smooth.
Might not be a little off.
I gotta move the board cam. We knocked a couple cameras a little off, I think.
Losing our minds, Jeff, on that setup.
Yeah.
I mean,
I heard you guys, you know, from this.
I heard a little explosion, but I'm like, it could easily been set over 2 pair.
right, and we
Like,
try
my
to stay
read-
quiet
my-
because it's like,
my read was like, he has 18.
and it's a,
That's what I was trying to get
yeah,
back from.
and it's a big pot, you know. Like
I mean, I'm not.
we've tried to stay pretty calm about it.
Okay, my mom and Jordan just texted me. Is Lincoln full set of queens on that last name?
No, he folded it right here. Just an ace with the ace of clubs.
Okay.
No, he did not. He didn't fold it.
No, we weren't blaming him. We're just like, that's insane.
I heard you, I'm like,
No, it was just, we weren't,
Hey,
we
we got
weren't,
16 people.
we weren't blaming anyone. We're just like, that's insane that that happens twice.
What?
Um,
Oh, Nate.
and nobody saw him both times. Loving the Alec Mitch dynamic. Oh, good chemistry. Oh, thanks, T-Dog.
We're good. It's going smooth. Parker, how's it going?
Dude, I got a little. At the beginning, I couldn't remember Nick's name, and so I was off a couple times. But we got her hashed out. I think it's fine.
Good. Good.
I feel good about it.
Awesome.
Just takes that first hour, you know.
In that early hand, I had king 10 suited when you raised me. Well, check the stream. Come on. Scroll back on this one. Oh shit! I've actually had a really dry. Most of my hands, I'd say pretty much. It's been. It's a master class in folding. Let me tell you. Because I'm folding and I pretty much never hit the board except for that one where I banged this straight on the flop. But even then, my clubs turn. Who knows what's anyone here?
No, we're charging up.
when we come back.
Yeah, we will because we'll
Yeah,
talk.
that was
That's
fun.
like, damn.
Yeah, and you're. It's
I
so
wish I
tempting.
could get queens twice
And
in
I'm
a row.
not
That'd be
beating
nice.
or anything, so it's like.
Yeah, you think you got them. And plus, a raise, like, your 100K raise reps so much. It reps, like, more than just a set.
Yes, like with a run out, I'm like, well, I'm hoping he has 2 pair here,
Yep.
and I can wrap even if I could ref straight.
So he communicates with you through Twitch.
Any other cooler hands that are relatively?
Sure.
Or no? Or do you just-
That was the big one.
Okay, so I know how to sabotage the communication.
Don't know, you have to check.
I'm fully aware of that.
Played out exactly how I know you wanted it to play out, and then
Board cams one. Still got moved a
I
little.
read on him and what I wanted to have.
PJ
Just
gave a
we,
little
yeah,
nudge.
wanted him to turn. I was thinking he just straight on calls top pair rips.
I was saying we're gonna
Second
take
pair.
care of that.
that Jack 9 8 board?
He had 2 pair. Yeah. So that's why I don't, because there's not a lot of cards I
Here's the thing.
want to see on the turn.
If you would have actually had queens, the way it was reading for us, he had the 2 pair, but you still had like 56%.
Right.
Because you had the
Queen diamond?
you had the draw. Yeah, because you had the draw. You had both the flush and the straight draw. And then the top the 2 pair.
Landon, I'm gonna shuffle your cards if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Do you know what Jeff had there on that all in hand?
I'm gonna check the cameras. I just moved them around a little bit. Make sure.
Yeah. And I didn't knock the board flip, or was
Somebody,
I
we
didn't
got
knock
For certain?
the board camera. Oh, that's even
Yeah, I
worse.
heard it, but I don't.
I'm trying to fix the board camera now.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I'll yell at you.
20 seconds.
I'll just let you know.
On that last hand?
That's true.
The one where he.
I folded a margin on mine. I bumped it once. I didn't know if it was off.
Just bumped
up.
It's just like
Move
the
it
leg
up.
is like right where my foot is.
I'm gonna treat
The
this
whole
like
string
this
was ruined.
Hey, Hammy, tell Alec to tilt up slightly.
Tilt it up.
I didn't understand what you were saying until now.
Tilt up. Tilt up.
Survive till the first grade.
Yes.
Check, check, check.
Other way. Other way. Hammy, tell him other way.
Other way.
Is that
More. Got to keep going.
standard?
Right there. Right. Up slightly. Little more that direction.
250 big blind all
If it's
in.
Casino Royale, you're willing to bet like 12.
Other way,
on
other way.
straight on like the world's like most.
The world's most dangerous board.
Well, because if you remember the scene, the first guy.
It's
turns
like
on
at the
straight,
top,
he's like, "Ooh, I
but
got
it's
this
in the
straight off,"
frame.
Like, you think these other guys are going like betting 12 million?
There you go. There you go. There you go. Right in the middle. Right there.
Or a straight
At a
flush or a
minimum,
royal.
not a flush.
Like my friend Alec once said, postal service.
Hey, you did it. You already know, but it's fucking.
What do you need? What do you need, Parker?
Literally right at the tip of my toes. Like if I move my left foot.
We were on the whole time. All right, we're on the whole time. Whoopsies.
Well, they put the bag on it. But like,
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'll
I'm a
give
very
you.
powerful man. The movement of my leg.
Okay.
Yes, folks, we're back. We were, as you can hear, the beautiful behind the scenes,
Great earthquake.
the magic and the artistry it takes to put together a poker stream, and sometimes that requires you to tilt a Logitech webcam
Just
up
tilt
and
it up.
down,
Tilt
up,
it
down.
up.
I hope you enjoyed that little halftime entertainment.
We gotta pull that. Somebody clip that.
But as we said, 16 hands down as we get that.
Tell Parker that's good.
That's good right there. We want to make sure we can see everybody's beautiful faces here.
I haven't really noticed.
Good to
We
go,
have the
Hammy.
hand number 17. Second hour of the UNL Poker Premier League. Alec Rome, Mitch Francis.
I can't make.
Shout out to Tabitha, who's watching right now.
Yes,
Said
Tabitha
our
watching
chemistry
right now.
is very good.
Yes. Thank you very much, Tabitha.
Yeah.
And it will
Ashton's
be
gonna start on West with the threes.
Very nice.
Under the gun, certainly a hand.
The old just limper.
That's highly reflective of my hand.
And
So you're gonna attempt the limp.
Jeff will not have that.
The trap has already been set.
Jeff, bottom left. Can you tell Jeff to put his cards in bottom
Are
left?
we gonna see it?
Rub him around, little rub.
You know, like, so this hand, you look, it's like I got the proper finger gun, right? But this one, I don't know why. What's up with this finger?
It's the bottom left corner of where he's sitting.
Yeah, that's a tough spot on our table, but who knows? We don't know what he has. We're gonna probably end up sweating with Wes here on this hand. Brock will likely let that go, and oh well, it's not gonna be just Wes. It will be a call. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. It's going to be a call, obviously, with the queens and the diamonds. And Wes will make the call. We're three-handed. Jeff trying to climb out of the hole against the person that he was shot down by. And it's 4-9-8 with backdoor gutter for PJ.
I thought you were folding if you don't hit it.
It's a check behind.
6K.
And
Wes.
Jeff will bet 6.
Playing his threes a little passive here. I don't mind it. With PJ, an aggressive player still in the hand.
3 overs to your pocket pair pretty much says that's it. And now
PJ checks.
another check here from PJ. And Jeff, we don't know what he has, folks. But another bet might do it.
12. 13,000.
13,000. And PJ with the gutter, it'd be chasing, it'd be giving some chips away, but if he does call and hits his jack, I think he will get even more from him. Might be able to knock Jeff out, especially if he has a good hand. If it's set, we don't know. If you're in PJ's spot, I can understand. It's only 13 into 37.
And he's gonna go ahead and chase for it. Gonna come along here as we
Gonna
are
go for the
sweating with
chase.
PJ at this point.
Tanya Tucker roll into the river. It's
It's
a
a
queen, and who
queen.
knows? That could be enough. We don't know what Jeff has, but it's probably going to be another check call spot if you're PJ.
If you're Jeff,
Or-
and it's a donk.
You will donk for very small.
Now, if you're Jeff, I think. Man, see, that's the thing. We don't
This
know
is
what Jeff
interesting.
has.
Because what is Jeff?
I think if it's,
Bermudez
I think for Jeff, if it's a raise, it has to be a jam.
Well, he might be able to raise for like a 35K or a 40K here. He doesn't have to put his whole stack in, maybe, but he might be reading this for weakness. However, if he's reading this for weakness and he has a bluff,
he lets it go.
the
Wow.
small donk 11 into 50 will get it done, and PJ will take the pot with the rivered queen. And yet again, PJ scoops another pot against Jeff, and Jeff back down into the double-digit area. Remember, folks, he started off with 250K. PJ finding himself in a really good spot, up 166,000.
Cash game style tonight here. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are playing 5 sessions. Each player gets 5 sessions, cash game style, starting at 250,000 chips. And we play till 11 p.m. each session. And the top 5 players in chip earnings over the course of the 5 sessions will book their spot to the final table. And then the second 5 will play a semi-final winner-take-all table to determine the 6th spot.
Correct. And then we play for the Premier League Trophy in a charity stream. Probably be on November 19th. Be a fun one. We always love to do charity streams and raise money for charity. Our first semester, we raised money for the United Way for flood relief. And then our third semester, we raised $650 for the center, the Nebraska Appleseed Center for Law and the Public Interest. And it will be a blind-on-blind hand here. Ace-5 versus 10-9. 5-8-4. Probably donk and a fold, I'm going to guess.
2.5.
Uh-oh.
Wes comes along.
Okay, Wes is flowing along with some backdoor. Now, that's not one of the backdoors he was looking for. PJ implementing quite a bit of a donking strategy now. This one
This one should get it home.
should get her. Well,
Wes
I
feels
know.
like he has a read here. This could get interesting. Might be gearing up for a check raise
And the river card.
on the river.
Let's go down. 2.5.
That's just a deuce of diamonds.
2.5.
And he'll continue to write it even smaller. I mean, it's like 7.5 to 1 here to call for Wes to see if he can be right with 10 high. Or really, if he's reading weakness, he might be able to raise and get it done. However,
If he can pull the trigger here.
no, he just lets it go smartly enough. I mean, he might have been able to get a fold, or PJ might have been sticky enough to just snap him off with it. I don't know. Would have been an interesting move, but that blind-on-blind hand was intriguing enough. As we see, VPIP, the voluntary put in pot. PJ put the most money in the pot so far, playing 61% hands. It's about 10. Jeff and Landon about half with 9, as we've played 18 hands so far. Brock, as we said, probably got to get more involved. And one of the things I predicted before the Premier League is that just by the natural way Brock plays, as I said, I think if
That's okay, though, Brock.
Brock gets a stack together,
Oh, I feel I'm
it's
feeling
hard to
good.
take those chips away from him.
Yeah,
You're going to have to really chop away at him and get him to play pots with bad hands. But if he's down, I don't know if you're going to see him crawl out of this hole. I mean, he's already down 250K. And I just don't think he has the aggressive nature and the willingness to play big pots to try and get back into the top 10, you know.
Yeah, if he wants to crawl his way out of this hole, he certainly is going to have a good couple of next sessions if he's not able to kind of reel it back tonight. Brock tend to be a stickier player. Like you said, he likes to hold on to his chips once he collects them. Rarely is he ever going to play, put a lot of bluffs in his range, especially in big pot situations. If Brock's in a big pot, he's got a piece of it. And, that strategy works really well if you can build a stack early, but if you get down, it's really hard to climb out.
We'll see Landon under the gun.
I mean, Wes. I'm talking about I was going to say, Jeff never
Will
really
continue for the
showed
same
that.
size he raised, and Jeff with the piece of it will call. That's what he expected. He played a very wide marginal hand here, but the check mark will come here as Landon will bet, and I imagine.
I just want to cheer Jeff up.
Well, hold on here, folks. Now, Jeff's a savvy player. He might be thinking to himself, well, if he's only betting 2,500, he may not have a hand that he's willing to put in for 12K. So Jeff may be thinking about a bit of a bluff raise here with the third spade on board, but he also knows that Landon bets when he has it. He will raise the 12.
He's going to raise into the danger zone.
And he
Landon
just pulled it at the wrong time.
With the flush, with the check mark.
And it's just a flat here, and this is a great way to play it. Landon's played it perfectly. He's just flatting because it will give Jeff a chance to hurt himself, and it's an ace on the river. Now, it's back on Jeff, and he will make the bet, and this is going to get him in trouble. He's counting his stack. He's got 71K.
And I think if you're Landon,
15.
15,000.
if you're Landon, you could pull the trigger and get the rest of Jeff's chips.
Taking my money inspires the
I think a
little
call
bear.
here's the wrong.
He just calls it, but, I mean, it's understandable. That's a flush, and Jeff at the wrong time will muck his two pair and have to sit there and think about it as Landon scoops the pot. Gets a little bit back, only down 19K, and Jeff continuing to drive down. He is now for sure in the red when it comes to our overall standings in the Premier League. Jeff was up, I believe, about 150-some thousand as we take a look at our standings. As we see from the first week, this is, as you saw, yeah, Jeff was up 156K, and now he is down about 190 in this, so he's definitely down. Nick's sitting very well. PJ definitely sitting very well. Landon trying to hang in there, but that is it is not exactly how you wanted to play this second week and have set over set. Some spots you can't really avoid, but Jeff has wiped away his week one profits.
And these are the types of swings we're talking about, Alec. These are the types of things, when you're playing with 250,000 chips every single session, these kinds of swings can happen.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of
the
times
players who are
people
going to
get,
make that
like,
top
a
five and
battery on
eventually that top
people
six spot,
because-
those are going to be the guys that are
but
can
that happened
manage
to my
those
brother. My
swings
brother
and manage those big changes and
He's a
don't
fighter
tilt
fighter
too
now.
much.
That means
There's plenty of chips in play,
community
like we
gold
said, and
star.
plenty of opportunities, even if you get down into a hole, to work your way back up into
He's serving the
that top five. Ideally top five, but even top 10. You give
That's
yourself a
red
chance.
flag.
Nick here, King Jack under the gun. He's going to open it up.
I feel like this is becoming too common. It's just 4K me.
4,000, and he is dominated by Brock right to his left.
But,
King,
I mean,
queen.
I can't say no to the 4K.
Brock's certainly
going
going to come along here.
Brock making his hand about as face up as possible. He has a good hand, but he's like, no, I can't say no to 4K here. And now Wes will call with a decent hand. Queen 9 from the button.
I just think,
Jeff lets it go. We'll land it with the 6-5. Let it go, and we're multi-way. And Brock's got himself a dominated position. Although the problem is, if this,
He's down a queen.
he's down a queen, and if this flop doesn't come out with a king or a queen, he might get pushed off of it.
I mean, that's different.
No, I mean,
It is 10, 10, 6.
if my kid is not like an adult out of my house, don't bring somebody to my house, please.
If you're Nick, you're thinking maybe a bet here.
I'll check.
And Wes will read the situation and bet 6. Nick with 2 overs. May not want to just fold right away. If Brock ends up, if he calls, Brock may fold, and Nick would then all of a sudden take the lead in this hand.
I think with the paired board here, you've got Wes representing far less, which gives you a perfect opportunity with 2 overcards to call, but he's going to get out of the way. Can Brock make the read?
Brock has 81%, but will he send his 81% equity into the muck as he taps, 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 and folds, folds, folds?
Just as you said, Alec.
Like I said, aggression wins the day. Brock will go back and look at this little pot where Wes wins 9,500 with the worst hand. Take a look at the pre-flop raising stats through 20 hands. Nick and Jeff opening up the most hands, 30%. We still need a few more hands to really say something, but everybody else opening a decent amount of hands so far. Landon, again, at the bottom of the board, raising the least amount of hands, but I will say I've seen Landon raise a lot more in these first 20 hands than he did in session 1, and I think he's opening up with more speculative stuff.
That's true, and we saw just now talking about Brock, only 10% pre-flop raising is his stat. 1 out of every 10 hands. If you're only raising 1 out of every 10 hands, in general, you might need to rethink your range a little bit and rethink the types of hands you want to play. People are going to be aggressive in this club, and people are going to play with a wider opening range. And this just comes with experience, folks. These are things that you get with playing a lot of hands with the guys at the table, and Jeff with the Rockets here.
Sees the Rocket Man and loves it.
I watched a bit of
Now can we get some action? 8-5 won't be from Landon. King,
well,
Queen.
King, Queen, and here's the thing. Nick has been 3-betting quite a bit tonight. This may just get it in.
I mean,
If Nick 3-bets this to about 12 or 16K, this
If
will
you're
go
Jeff, you
all
love a
in.
3-bet here.
This will go all in if he 3-bets, but he just
a
flats.
call.
And this could be another situation where if this comes out bad, Jeff could find himself needing to rebuy, but we will find out. Here's the flop. It's King 9-9. It's great for Jeff.
Great flop for Jeff here. With the backdoor spade draw as well. The top pair to the board.
And, of course, hitting it. Nick will bet 5,000.
Favorite,
Now, Jeff will
Just
just
a call.
flat. And I don't blame him. It would have been a not bad spot to raise.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Oh, my God.
It is another king, and that is going to be disastrous unless Nick can read something. If Nick checks here,
more, like family based.
it'd be a pretty interesting spot to check, but the problem is, he does check,
kinda
and
similar
Jeff
to
bets
something.
8,000. Nick
Now, I
has played
think-
this perfect now.
I think it's just a smooth call here, Alec. I think it's just a smooth call.
I'm just very neutral.
I think a raise,
I'll watch it.
while Jeff probably calls a raise here, I think it puts suspicion and you might not get paid on the turn. I think a check here gets you maximum value on the river.
He will call. 34.5K. Jeff only has a pot left behind. It is a deuce, an absolute brick on the river. And if Jeff jams it in, he will have to rebuy.
How much does Jeff have?
Jeff has 38.5K.
38.5.
And he puts them all in. And Jeff will have to cry and call. Oh, he folds.
Oh, he folds.
Did he fold that?
He folded.
Wow.
Wow,
Great
what a
fold by
fold.
Jeff. To fold the aces, had a read. Believed he was beat, and he didn't stay attached to the hand, folks. That is smart poker. It's brutal, but it's smart poker. Write that down. Don't get yourself attached to hands. Jeff has been running very bad tonight, but it doesn't mean he's making bad decisions. Wow. Impressive. That's just experience play from Jeff.
I think he hit the king.
And it's not a spot that many people are going to be bluffing and that people can be exploited.
Double paired board like that, it's very hard to put a lot of bluffs in your range with a kind of board like that because it's like, what are you representing, right? And so Jeff with the smart fold there, knowing that Nick had to have had it, and keeps himself alive.
Very nice. Remember, follow us on Twitter at UNL Poker. You can also find us on YouTube. Search for UNL Poker. We're going to try and get highlights from hands from night 2 and night 3.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah, they knew it was going.
up. We'll get the full streams from night 2 and 3 up on the UNL Poker YouTube channel. Make sure to follow us for all the updates on Twitter at UNL Poker as we head into hand number 22. It'll be on PJ.
Yeah, I know. I just never remember. That's why I have you.
And we're sweating away here as PJ will make the raise.
Standard
Uh-oh,
3.5
uh-oh,
and ace
uh-oh.
king from Wesley. Here comes the re-pop here.
I think that's just a min raise of 7.
Looks like it. Jeff out of the way with queen 7 and king
Oh,
queen.
brother.
Pot.
Here comes another
is
big pot.
building.
Nick with 10-9 in the small will make the smart fold. Brock with ace-4. He sometimes like to play these hands, but he knows that to a 3-bet he shouldn't. Now PJ back into the gun. Will call. And we are done with the action pre-flop. Ace, king, king, queen, and a mystery hand to the flop. It is 7, 8, 9, 2 spades. Oh, boy. Now, PJ opened up a little looser here.
And the check, a quick
Getting
check.
interesting. Now, Wes with nothing, but Wes likes to barrel with ace-king hands, ace-queen hands. He likes to barrel with these even on bluffs.
And he's going to 12,000 into 22.5.
Call.
And Landon's going to have no problem coming along here with his draw.
And PJ with the mystery hand will also call. It looks like he's got him calling chips in hand. You pretty much can tell that he's going to call, but hold on. He's going to put a 20K on
A
top of that.
raise.
They're all somehow good here.
And now Wes in an interesting spot. He has the ace of spades, ace king, but it's not good on a connected board like this.
I think with one person to act
And he
behind
makes
too,
a
you gotta
very
get out of the way.
experienced fold. But now Landon should not be folding the king high draw, and he will call. And so we know that Landon, if he hits the spade, he's gonna have the best. The ace of spades is gone. It is a 6,
an absolute
which
brick.
I mean, it's an absolute break, but
Potentially.
it's 4 to a straight. Now the question is, does PJ follow through? He laughs and bets 20.
For the straight to extend
A
there.
down bet here from
Laughs
PJ.
and bets 20. Interesting. He's giving Landon great price to call, and if Landon has the guts, he's got a good draw. He actually has a draw to the nuts, but he lets
Gets out
it
of the
go.
way.
We don't know what PJ had, but it was enough on a 4 to a straight board
Hey guys,
to take it down. Very interesting. I would
Starting to
love
get
to see a
scared
rabbit there.
we're
Surprised
shoveling
nobody
it all
asked
to the
for it.
left.
We are well into hour number 2 of
Basically like a
UNL
death
Poker Club
car.
Premier League night number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen some absolute coolers already tonight. Alec,
PJ's.
what do you think of the play so far?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just been interesting. I think everybody's playing a little differently tonight. I don't think anybody's playing really bad right now, to be honest with you. I think Brock's the only person I would say that just needs to get a little more involved.
Moit.
Action on Wes.
We get started with another hand here. Hand number 23. And a 7 deuce. Let go. I did it to PJ.
You
All
did.
right.
You did
Made
do
a
it
big
to
bet with
PJ.
7 deuce. I had to get myself, I was a little tilty, but I also just wanted to fight and get my profit back.
Raise 3.5.
And
Yeah, I think I looked right at you and said, that's a tilt raise, but it worked.
Nick with the queen, jack of hearts. And Brock with 5s. Brock is going to make a min click raise here.
7.
Min raise.
Again, this is one of those spots. I actually like this play from
Oh,
Brock.
brother.
Now 6s from PJ. I was going to say, I like the play from Brock. Sometimes I feel really good about 3-betting those
This might get
small
PJ to fold. I got to be
pocket
honest with you.
pairs.
Because now he's thinking, I've got to really, this is one of the spots where PJ might be thinking, oh, this is kind of a leak in my game if I flat this off. Brock's not very aggressive. He min raises me. But he chooses to actually go on the bigger side and go to 25,000.
4-bet here with
And-
the 6s building the pot. And you got to imagine if a 6 comes home.
Smart fold here by Nick. Obviously with the queen jack, can't really do it. Now will Brock get tied down with the 5s? It's not a spot where everybody would 4-bet, but PJ just happened to read a right spot. I don't know if this is the right move all the time, but in this particular spot, he got it right.
I would agree. I was going to say with the 3-bet.
But we're not done.
We're not done with the 3-bet from Brock. I love the 3-bet there. Sometimes a lot of those smaller pocket pairs, it's good to build your pot up before you see any cards.
Now, folks, the way poker works, Brock is going to probably check, and PJ has the uncapped range here. Because he 4-bet, he can have all the good hands here. So, if Brock checks, PJ will bet, will absolutely take it down. Now, if Brock bets and chooses to bluff it here, he does not. He would have gotten an insta-fold out of PJ, I believe. But I think PJ will now follow through because he has the range advantage here, and will get an immediate fold.
18,000.
Brock will probably not stick around. He will just be like, woe is me. I mean, I had 5s. I had a great chance to hit a set, and I didn't hit it, but he's just going to let it go, and he won't be kicking himself when he sees that he lay down at the right time, and PJ will pick up 32K extra.
You would have had me 6s over 5s. I hate my life. Thank God I folded, but I hate that.
Run it out.
I
Let's see
hate
the
that
5.
so much.
Yeah, we can see the rabbit hunt. A turn.
Oh my God.
Would have been a 10 of clubs and a king of clubs.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen
If Brock would have bet, he would have taken it. I think he
Yeah,
would have taken it right
but
there as
like
the first to
6s
bet. That
over
was that
5s.
hand.
It's so
Interesting,
goddamn
folks.
stupid.
Interesting.
My 72 wouldn't have got there, so I couldn't.
I was like, what is he doing
PJ
for
still up big, now up to
25?
514,000.
I wanted Jeff. If I wanted
Yeah, I figured you wanted
I
Jeff,
figured if I 25 shove, fold, out flat.
but
Dominance here from
once the ace
PJ
and-
so
ace
far
and king
tonight.
comes down, I'm like, I
Back
can't
into
sit
the
around
flow,
here with
but I
fives.
said before, he was really dominant with
He won
you.
25
You
with
two were sitting on one end of the table, scooping up all the chips. Can he hold on to it? You got to stick around, folks. We're playing until 11
Yeah, I
p.m. Central Time. Got a
flatted.
lot of poker left.
It's like 5s.
We're only
going to
hit hand
five
number
comes
24
down,
here.
I'm fine, and I
Probably
can
play
run them all
about
night.
60
If I hit a
hands
sit,
tonight, which
yeah,
means we're
oh,
not
yeah,
even
okay.
halfway through all the action. I mean, man,
Yeah, you're damn right.
it's been another great night. Another great night so far.
Lucky again. I was
Some of the best collegiate poker
I was more
being
afraid of
played
king than I was afraid of the
right in
flop.
this room, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, yeah, that's what I was afraid of, too.
That's right,
why
UNL
I
Poker
didn't even
played
take
in
a
the
shot at it.
inaugural
I figured
NCPT Summer Series.
I
It
thought
had
UNL
7
was
colleges and hoped
ace
to have
something.
more, but they did come back.
I
We
wouldn't
did
do
come
it.
back and win the NCPT Summer Series, and we can officially claim ourselves now with a little bit of humility that it was only 7 colleges, but we beat 6 other colleges to be the first ever best in the nation.
Landon raised to 3.5. Nick folded.
I'm not allowed
And
to
Landon will
just
stick
gonna
around with these
mess
suited
up
queen
the
hands.
cards
He's been
at the
kind
end.
of romanticizing the suited queen hands tonight. Been imagining them. I mean, he's been going to sleep, and in his dreams he's been seeing
thinking
suited
about them.
queens.
Suited queens.
And in PJ's dreams, it's always Jack 3, and in
Listen,
Wes's
Jeff.
dreams, he loves
at-
being
look
in
at
a
the
dominant
competitor.
position against 2 players going post
Yeah,
with king queen.
No.
I got a 0%.
Here's the flop. It's
The
6
jack.
4 Jack. Oh, brother. And PJ will, of course, donk with the best.
Gotta bet every jack on the board.
But that's because you have Jack 4.
You solid read.
No. There goes my force of the pot.
My 0%.
What call?
Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Landon doesn't quite have the same read.
And another jack.
And another
didn't like
jack.
that one.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, now I voted. How much can I bet and take from you?
Except Lana has quad Jack.
But the problem is, too, Landon has a defendable hand.
Man, think about it.
Thinking about it.
Every jack in the
Landon
deck
has a
is in there.
defendable hand. He has 2 pair. Any bluffs that
Landon, he
PJ would
told you,
have here,
He got 6s again.
he is beating.
Sixes again.
8K, I think, is a really smart bet from PJ here. because it's just small enough that if you're landing, you feel priced in to defend your 2 pair.
But, oh, he makes the nice fold.
They were a little sticky that time, but they got
Very nice fold. I think if you had other players at the table, they would have absolutely ripped a card to the river, but Landon did not. PJ picks up the pot with his favorite hand, Jack 3.
He wants a sandwich if he's moving it in your chip.
As we take a look at the aggression frequency, as how aggressive you are on every street. Jeff has been the most aggressive tonight, 55%. He had a focus, obviously, of trying to be aggressive. So far, it hasn't worked out for him, but I think it's the best play long term to continue to be aggressive, especially against some of the table that might play a little more passive, Mitch.
So pathetic.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think he kind of looked at his draw this week and saw a couple more passive players in Landon and Brock, and said to himself, you know, I'm gonna try to take it to the Wesses and the PJs of the world, and the guys who are gonna be aggressive and open up a lot of things. And hasn't worked out for him so far tonight, but I think the strategy is sound, and you know, he's gonna get a chance to look back at this and see these spots and see these hands, and I think at the end of the day, he's gonna think to himself that he made a lot of right decisions.
Absolutely. He has made some good decisions so far. Wes will call with the Jack 9, and Jeff King 8 out of the big blind. Certainly defendable, and he will do it. Remember, Jeff, very short stack. He's only got 31K left behind here now. He's going to try to get it in, jam it in to get a double. He's in a tough spot. Here's the flop. It's 5 Jack Deuce.
See, that's the kind of flop I was looking for when I
Nick
went with
and
5, you
Wes
know, nothing too dangerous.
Oh,
hitting
yeah, this is
5.
an interesting situation.
sitting
Wes will come
on
out and bet.
a monster here.
Well,
Nick is
I'm
gonna
just-
flop
I'm
the
just,
2
like,
pair,
putting
and
money
obviously
out.
Wes is gonna
How
feel
much-
great
I'm
about his
just
top
like,
pair.
if you
How much did Wes bet, Hamlet? 10,000.
Wesley bet
For a flush
10,000
draw.
into Nick's 2 pair.
All right.
This could get him into some trouble. Wes
would absolutely.
top pair to the board,
The main
Raises to 30,000.
and a
And a
snap
snap.
call from Wes.
Uh-oh. This is going to get dangerous. It's a 4 of diamonds on the turn.
Changes
Doesn't
a little
complete.
because
Nick's got a lock on this hand, folks, and only a 9. Only a 9 will give Nick the win here, but Wes has to think that he is good. There's not much that Nick can have here besides another jack. He just happens to have, I think, the top of his range here, but, I mean, you don't always play jack 5.
That sweet Joker.
72K in the pot as he looks at the pot and tries to calculate the right bet size.
bad jokes.
Bets 40,000. Now over to Wes.
Feel him.
In a really tough spot. You have top pair. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't get there, but in an occasional spot, Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack, but he will
just
stick
snaps.
around.
They were in Ohio.
Disaster could come. It's a Queen of Diamonds. Now that could be a saving grace for Wes.
And I was like, oh, you want me on a bus full of like 30 drunk women?
the Queen of Diamonds actually not a great card for Nick here. Like you said, could allow Wes an opportunity to get away from this one.
But he has the best hand. Nick, river to flush. He already had the best hand. 92% headed to the river. Now I think he needs to bet down. I think he needs a down bet. He could be trying to. Now it's a tough spot. Do you down bet or do you go all in? He decides to
I think
bet
against
about half pot.
I think against Wes you have to polarize. I think against Wes is one of those guys that is gonna go on his hunch quite a bit, and I think polarizing bets against Wes work better because I think he gets a little too sticky
Oklahoma.
with some of the smaller bets, and he reads a lot of things for value. If you bet small, he's gonna read you for value. And so I think polarizing bets, bigger bets, are going to work better against Wes, and it looks like he's counting out calling chips.
He's seeing how much
Nick
he has
might
left behind.
have gotten himself the maximum here.
Funnily enough, one of my cousins actually goes.
There is the calling chips in Wes's right hand, and he looks at the rest. He sits there, he thinks about it. He also has a diamond blocker. He's not super worried, I don't think, about that diamond backdoor, but you have to think the front door flush didn't get there. And if Nick is barreling ace-king of hearts, he's barreling like that.
80,000.
Betrayal of your Nebraska.
80,000 to win about 240.
Yep.
3-1. He's only going to be right 25% of the time. It's a good odds to take a huge jump, but the problem is he won't be doing that if he calls.
The PJ Mimolino Memorial bench.
If I got a bench, dude, I'd pay for a bench.
You
Put me
pay?
right in
How
the
much
bench.
would you pay for a bench?
250 grand.
250 grand.
Okay, buddy.
For a
I'd
small
pay-
plaque on a bench.
I'd pay up to.
Wow, wow, wow.
For a bench?
Wesley in the tank here.
What, like,
A,
it's got
a good bench.
Reaches
like a
towards the
nice
chips.
people prominently
Counts
know
it
it.
again and makes the call, and he will get the bad news. Nick with the flush.
The
We'll
height.
pick up another pot of 230,000. Wes will shake his head, show the jack, and it is no good. Nick wins the hand. Let's see that replay again as Wes
Again.
punts
the
off
river
a
treats
big
Nick
pot. Bad news. Nick with the flush.
The
We'll
height.
pick up another pot of 230,000. Wes will shake his head, show the jack, and it is no good. Nick wins the hand. Let's see that replay again as Wes
Again.
and it makes the call. And he will-
Kind of brutal. But honestly,
There's the replay. That's a great replay as Wes shakes his head and finds himself now also in a hole down there in the dungeon with Jeff, rather. Those two only have 7% of the chips. PJ and Nick combined for 2/3 of the table's chips as we head to hand number 26. Wow. I mean, he really tanked there. Nick had made it a very good price, 3-1. There's stuff that missed, and he just happened to get it wrong this time. Do you like the call?
I don't hate the call. I also don't love the idea of just calling there, seeing that flush. I think that's a little bit of a sticky call, to be honest, just because, you know, you got the flush out there. It's not like your jack is exactly kicking great either. You know, I think a lot of times there you're running into a king jack, queen jack in that, I guess in that case. But you know, I think I think it was a little bit of a sticky call. I think it's another situation, Alec, where Nick's, the guys having lack of hands played with Nick works out in Nick's favor.
Yes, I think him being new definitely helps us. We'll see a blind on blind situation here. Queen 3-10. A quick check. 4 of hearts in the turn.
Feels like a first to bet. Just a minimum.
All yours.
Yeah, let's go. Jeff picks up just a measly 1,000 from the blinds. You take a look. There's the up and down so far. PJ and Nick, their stocks are headed up. They're the 2 winners so far. Everybody else at the table down, and Jeff down 218K.
I want to count.
Next count, please.
Nick's count is 470,500.
470,000.
Of course, he can verify that, but that's what we have.
PJ's count.
PJ's count
526.
526,000.
526.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
Well, now you guys kind of have to fight.
Not
You
really.
know,
I can just take everybody
it's like
else's money.
it's like
We
when
can
you
both
when,
end
when
up
you
up.
when you
I have
put
no
2
problem with that.
lions in a cage together.
Good, I can alternate between you two of doubling.
Remember, everybody,
I have
they
no
can rebuy
problem
once,
with
but
it.
it just like a regular cash game, you're just down. You're just down that initial buy-in. You rebuy once
Caged animal.
during each session. It'd be another 250K.
Buddy.
You're just trying to get back to
I'm
even.
not
We did see
paying
Wes do it.
you.
Wes
I'm,
rebought and got back
I'm
to
living it up in
even,
the valley.
down 310,000 during night number 1.
Yeah.
It can be done, and it might have to be
What can I
done for
say?
Jeff later on, unless he can run it up. 9's here for PJ, an easy raise. Ace 9 for Wes will call. Jeff with 8-6 will muck.
So does Landon.
Queen deuce and 4-3.
Most likely getting out of the way here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so dominating position for PJ. Only 1-9 left in the deck to the flop. Jack 7-4.
Can't take a jack out of my range. Not ever.
3.5 full.
And
PJ with the right table talk there.
right table talk and the right hand to peel. Wes couldn't find anything there, and PJ will take the small pot.
See, now what I'm excited for is the stat breakdown between Thursday and today. That's how I want to see whether my strategy change worked well and is reflected properly in our stats.
Let's remember, you still have more than 10 minutes left.
I don't know, but I mean, that's just...
2 hours and 10 minutes left there, buddy. We're only going to be halfway through. It's 8:41. At 9 o'clock, we'll take a little bit of a longer 8 to 9 minute break to give everybody a chance to breathe, and then we will jump to a 2K mandatory straddle in the second half of the evening.
Jeff is just waiting for that moment where he can either come back or rebuy.
Okay, buddy. See, you know I'll call wide, though.
Yeah, I know.
And a chance to knock somebody out is one that I don't really like to pass up. It's a big leak in my game, but at the same time, I was trying to target you with sixes earlier. Like, you raised pre-flop, like, you usually could have had some pretty premium there, but I was like, oh.
If I did have something premium, I don't think you, I think I would have doubled up in that situation.
Yeah, I think you would have. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I just feel the need for aggression.
An addiction, you can't do it.
It really is.
I think you've been as high as 18.
Okay, I'll hit quads one of these days.
Action on PJ.
And 28.
We want to thank everybody again for tuning in here on twitch.tv/poker. We'll be here every single Sunday on this channel, and then over on twitch.tv/UNL Poker
And PJ. I think
for our Thursday sessions.
Ziggurat.
Jeff,
Give me a rush
King
shot.
4
Start taking it apart.
over my
raises it up to 3.5.
That can be arranged.
Can it?
Your terms
Nick's
are
got a
changing.
hand he can
You're
potentially
gonna
call
double
with.
the size of
Gets
that
out of the way.
ziggurat.
And Brock
Here
with the
we go
fives.
again. You know what? Will he just open him up? He hates the
Six
hand.
out of fives, yeah.
He hates the hand.
God's letting you know how your night's gonna go.
Actually.
He ended up getting 4-bet by sixes to the man to his left, PJ, and so we'll just flat it off this time against Jeff, who has a suited king, 28K left behind. Really hoping to double through Brock here. It is 7-6-3,
All
and to
right
be
then.
honest with you, it could get in because Brock is not going to bet 5K.
Posted on Snapchat.
And Jeff with the backdoor draws. It's a good time to deny equity and jam potentially. I can understand flatting because it's not big enough of a pot. You don't want to get him off any hands. He will call and see what develops. Turn card, another 6.
3, 6, 9.
Brock immediately going to reach for betting chips here. I think 10K it looks like.
And Jeff has to fold down to 23.5K, and he just stretches his hands out in disgust and frustration how his night is going, but there's still plenty of time.
What?
Brock climbing back a little closer. Remember, folks, he's still down about 270K overall through the 2 sessions he's played so far. He's going to need a lot of help. A lot of work still left to do, but at least he's not draining too far down. I mean, really, we never know. There could be 1 or 2 people that take all the chips and 7 or 8 people that are down by the time this league is over with. But it's the beauty of it. I think the ratio, maybe we had 5. We had like 4 major winners to the first session.
Yeah.
2 people that were iffy, and then everybody else
Was down.
was in down. So it could definitely be that way where we see a definite hierarchy developing by week 3 or week 4. It will fold around here to Nick with the lovely ace and a lady by its side, and they both happen to be clubs, and this will be a raise.
4,000.
Brock in the small.
Hefty 4x raise here.
It's been his standard.
And a fold.
And PJ with the ace-5, a very defendable hand from big blind, will call. See the flop, it's queen, deuce, 4. Our deuce of diamonds is a little bit of a tricky card, doesn't always want to scan for us. But PJ with the backdoor diamonds plus a gutter could institute this as a part of his donking range, but I believe he checked.
3,000. Nick bets 3,000.
Down bet here. to 3,000. Nick with the best of it.
Nick down betting here, hoping to keep PJ involved. He's quickly learning that PJ is going to come along for a
And
lot of
that's-
streets.
That's a turn card. Nick, I have to think, will probably fire again. Still thinking he's pretty good. Flush could scare him.
If PJ felt good before, he feels even better now with the backdoor diamond opportunity.
7.5.
And how long do you want to play that?
7.5, about half pot there. And PJ looks like he's happy to come along and chase for a diamond.
We'll just call. Will he get any value, though, on the river if he does hit a diamond? He did not, and Nick will get the check mark. That's my question: is would he get any value if he just calls? It might have been time to raise there potentially, and there could have been some interesting rivers that you could have barreled on. I mean, especially
He's gonna
any diamond.
donk barrel here.
I don't think this is not getting a fold. I don't think. I think Nick is going to read this now. Nick could fold. He could. He does have the capability to make a fold like this, but I really think that he's probably thought he's ahead. And I think he will just cry. Will sit there, kind of shrug it off, and probably make the right decision. I think that's just what I think he's thinking. But it's up to him.
Can he read PJ's donk strategy for weakness here? He's got top pair, top kicker.
PJ could have some value here. PJ would be afraid of a check back. 3 to a straight and 3 to a flush. Grabs the 20K chip. That is going to be a call if he throws it out there.
And he makes
And
the
he
right
will
call.
make the right call. Very nice call there with the top pair. Did not want to quit.
Some amount of true.
And Nick will scoop the 65K pot against the veteran and former grand champion PJ. Nick holding his own. And now I believe, if we go to our chip counts here, is the table leader by 4K. Nick making his jumps up the leaderboard here at the UNL Poker Premier League. Very impressive by the brand new player, a chemistry major here at the university. We're going to try and get the quotes. We have plenty of quotes from our players that are really interesting. We want you to learn more about them. For some reason, our setup tonight, our quotes aren't quite playing for you, but we're going to try and get that corrected for the second half so you can hear more about these players, what they do, what they're interested in, why they came to poker, and what they think about the other players at the table. We'll try to get that done and taken care of over the break.
No, you're not. Deep down, you're not.
About 10 minutes left, probably get 1 or 2 more hands in before we take the halftime break.
Nah. You're never satisfied. It's a curse.
You're right. In the final week, when it's
Jeff.
stakes winner take all.
A couple of suited connectors there, lower suited connectors.
I could actually see a jam
Could be
here.
a spot, yeah.
He may
I
just want to
totally
run
agree.
it.
Heal him.
Under the gun,
All
especially.
right, let's it go. I don't know. I think you just want to try and bust it and get out and try to get the rebuy. Oh, let's see. That's a
8,000.
There we go.
Landon raised to 8,000.
Huge
Landon raised to
raise from
8,000
Landon there.
here.
And Brock with ace king. Landon raising into Brock with ace king. Nick, Jack 9.
Get all that?
yeah. 1 second. Brock calls. PJ calls.
PJ with 4s. West folds. So Landon. Can you have Landon move his cards around a little
Yeah,
bit?
just move his cards around real quick, Landon. There we go. It should be okay.
All right, good to go.
Yep.
Check in the dark by PJ.
I think the out of aura, his cards might have come up there. We will sweat along, and it's an interesting flop. PJ doesn't really love his 4s from the small blind. It's,
Dark.
he checked it in the dark. Landon bets.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
Rock calls.
And with a pretty decent hand, gutter to the jack, we'll call, and PJ obviously with a quick fold. Ace on the turn. It doesn't mean that Brock's ahead.
Rock checks.
but I
And
have
just
to
a
think.
check there from Landon. He's gonna slow down. The ace is gonna slow him down here.
No,
And
I
Brock's taking the opportunity.
I think
to take the
Brock has the
betting
best
lead.
hand. I really do. I think Landon doesn't tend to check these very often.
If he calls here, though, maybe he's reaching.
And lets
it go.
Yeah, I don't think Landon just tends to bet. He just tends to bet when he thinks he has a good hand. I don't think he ever is going to check call the turn there when the ace comes on
Yeah,
board.
I've never seen him sneaky check like that.
That's just more money
And
I
I
gotta
think
take back from you now.
Brock read the situation correctly and
Take back. That
put a bet out there to scoop the pot.
Wes and Brock, the two players getting the least involved. Brock gets involved, obviously, with Big Slick. Everybody else, a little bit more normal. Obviously, the VPIP is going to be very high in a 6-max cash game format, as we're going to go ahead and call this the last hand of the half. The last hand of the half before we go
Players win and
into break, and we'll come back with a 2K mandatory straddle. The action will continue to get juiced up here on night 3 of the UNL Poker Premier League. And we will start the last hand on Landon. Last hand of the half.
I'm going to look up at Jack 6 and most likely throw it into the muck. 8-4 goes away.
Brock with
Brock now in the cutoff.
that's not going to be good enough. Okay, PJ's going to make a call from the button with 9 deuce. A call there, obviously, and Jeff with the 6-3 off. What a thrilling end to the half here. 9 deuce, 6-3, and 6-4. Let's see. Does it get interesting? You never know.
Wes checks in dark.
Wesley is going to check in the dark.
Now,
There's a 4 for Wesley.
Wes almost nearly takes the check mark here as it goes check, check. A 5 in the turn, interesting enough. Jeff has the open ender. PJ has the gutter.
5,000.
And Wes will come out and bet the best hand. However, Jeff might be feeling to try for it. Oh, he goes all in. He's going to try to deny equity, but unfortunately, I think he's going to get a call here.
Should be 22.5.
Yep, it is 22-5. This is not going to get a fold. He puts it up in a nice little tower.
It's almost like he was looking for it.
Yeah, use it or take it out.
He's going to think about it for a moment, folks. I think this is
I
just
think
an
it's a
easy
call.
call. He's got a pretty decent hand. The only thing that's
Calls.
he's
Goes
going to
for
call, and it's 75-25. I think Jeff
Jeff,
is just trying to get it in with the open ender
25%.
Those are limping cards.
as we see what happens. Jeff needs to hit a deuce or a 7. Otherwise, he will probably rebuy as we go to a river card.
6 chop. 6 chop. Yeah. Chop for 5. 5 plays.
Oh
And it's
my
a
lord, a
6.
6 chops it.
Unbelievable.
You've got to be kidding me.
It's okay, you guys can.
Sometimes, folks, you just hate poker, and this is one of the moments
Finally gets
where you
spared, right?
absolutely hate poker. A chop 6-4, 6-3, 75% for Wes. And that is an unfortunate way, but entertaining way to end the half. We've played 31 hands. There is the chip count, and we will be back in about 9 minutes with more mandatory straddle. Will Jeff be able to get out of the hole? Will Wes be able to get out of the hole? And will Nick? If it's under 50, if it's under 50. I have 23 big. It's real big. We didn't make a mistake on that. It is a cash out.
How long is the bridge? 10, right?
Welcome back to UNL Poker Premier League. A couple of minutes here. Wes is going to get a snack, and we have a couple people getting a snack. So Alec Rome here with you to do a little recap of our first half of action. Again, if you need to take a look, here are the stacks right now. What you'll see is that Jeff is at 274K. He did add on 250. He requested to add on. He had less than 20 bigs. He has added on, but remember, that doesn't actually help anything. He's still down the same amount. Nick is still up big as you take a look at the differentials. We have two big winners, Nick and PJ. Nick and PJ. That's the difference. Everybody else in trouble. West down big. Landed down a medium amount, and Jeff going to have some work to do, but West did it last week, and he can do it this time.
Brock's chip count.
Brock's chip count right now is, I think, just 248.5. He's pretty much near even. And we'll take a look at the VPIP.
Wow, that's
PJ played 58% of pots, putting money in 58% of the time. Jeff 51. Brock and West down at the bottom. Brock at 32%. Pre-flop raises. This is who's raising pre-flop. Jeff, the most aggressive pre-flop, raising about a third of the time. Nick, second place there, and least right now is Brock. But I will say, Landon doing a very good job of raising a little more. He's at 22% PFR.
I'm gonna start moving into this neighboring kingdom.
Wes's stack is 74K. Aggression frequency as well. Jeff, the most aggressive player right now. Wes, the most passive. And this is the percentage of hands that players went to showdown. Nick's been to showdown the most. Been to the river. Been down the river quite a bit tonight. 44% of the hands. He's been eligible.
that's what I thought. I thought I had one
It's
more
been very
triple.
interesting.
That's
I think
fun.
Jeff has played pretty well, but it's one of those nights, folks, that he's just getting smacked around and really running pretty bad. He had set over set,
Yeah, that's
10
kinda
set of
funny, though. You
tens
had me on
by
20K
PJ
more than-
against Jeff's flop set of deuces.
Yeah, I kind of got interrupted.
You're just not going to escape those folks. Jeff went 3 barrels, and that's about it. I mean, that's what knocked him down this far, and he's been struggling ever since. But maybe he can get it back in the second half. And I think with that, we're going to go ahead and get it going here.
Now we're missing West.
Okay, 15, 30,
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
35.
Well,
It-
we have a chip discrepancy, so
Oh, you have a chip discrepancy? Okay, they're going to count their chips
65,
and make sure we have everything accurate.
165.
Remember, folks, follow us on Twitter at UNL Poker.
165
For more updates about the stream, we are on twitch.tv/poker on Sundays and on twitch.tv/UNL Poker on Thursdays.
228.5.
Coming up this Thursday, it'll be Jeff and PJ in the booth, as me and Mitch will go back to the Felt to play our second session.
Alec,
Yes, Hamlet.
you
Stupid
have
Alec.
Brock at 248.5. His stat count is 228.5.
Okay, thank you.
But he thinks he's missing a 20K chip.
Don't know how that happened.
I will do a quick
Yeah,
calculation
and I could have sworn I had one.
of the chips in play.
Alex said 502, but I'm working on it.
We just want to make sure that we have these accurate for you folks, and we're also waiting for Wes to get back from getting a snack from the vending machine, or maybe Wendy's, something like that. It's important to stay fueled while at the poker table. Plus 274 plus 162.5 plus 228.5
No, I have no idea where it went.
plus 489 plus 502. Yep, I think that Brock 20K is our difference because we are down 20K. So I think if he's missing a 20K chip, that would be it.
Yeah, so it's missing a 20K chip.
Yeah.
All right, should I just
Yeah, just get him with mode.
Yeah, go ahead and add him
Yeah.
because that's what we had him at. That's what we had him at before. He was at 248K. So we're going to add that on there. There is 1.75 million on the table, and with that, everybody's good. Wes will just get folded out while we wait for him. And let's get going. Half number 2 with a mandatory straddle. Nick will be on the straddle for 2K. Here we go, folks. half number 2 of the UNL Poker Premier League Night 3, and it will start
Went all the way
on
over.
Brock under the gun.
So they like have the cards for reference.
That's an option.
What?
No, he's not doing straddles.
Oh, that is I'm fucking stupid. Sorry, buddy.
Action on Brock.
Unfortunately, we don't have the network sensor ready in time to.
Am I holding off?
No, you're good. Making a joke, Hamlet.
Okay, sorry. Hey, stop for a second.
PJ with the King Jack
Brock folds. Raise to 4,000.
will make the raise. Wes is automatically folded, and now Jeff with ace 8 of diamonds.
As he still does.
Will absolutely rip it off. He's got a lot of work to do.
I'm going it's either I'm punching away 500K or I'm going on the win,
And will
baby.
fold. And Nick in the straddle with 5 deuce of spades, only for 2K. We'll take it.
Imagine. High stakes, someone does that.
10, 7, 5.
Check checks.
And Nick actually flops very, very well. He now has 71% equity, bottom pair, and the flush draw. And will actually choose to bet this out, and I really don't blame him. He's got a crazy good hand here for the situation. And he may get a call out of PJ.
Okay.
That's 4,000.
PJ calls, Jeff folds.
And he will get a call out of PJ to the turn. And that is the flush coming home, baby.
Checks. Check.
Goes check, check to the river. It's a 7. That's the board. It's on Nick with the made flush.
10K.
Say the only thing PJ can really do to win the hand there is try to raise, and he will not, even with the blocker, and Nick will pick up the first pot of the second half and jump his stack. Again, there's the pre-flop raise statistics, as I said before the half. And there's the chip counts. Once again, Nick up 265,000 on night number 2.
Hey, the spread is like
Here's the standings
something
again,
like
folks. As we said, coming
21.5
into
points.
this second week,
So like
Jeff was up
3 touchdown
156K.
games
That is
still
no
gets you
longer the
some
truth.
money.
And Nick has basically caught up to Mitch somehow. Mitch was up 309K. And man, he's just been rolling tonight, having good cards. PJ also catching up quite a bit. Is at 481,000.
I don't think he said anything, but like,
It's implied.
No. That card's yours. No. That card, yeah.
You might have fucked that up.
yeah.
That might be a misdeal, buddy.
Well, no, it's not a misdeal.
Yeah, but like they're
If they picked it up, yeah. We'll see.
Should be okay. Beyond PJ, under the gun.
I don't even want to look. Okay.
alrighty.
With a very playable hand, a 7 of clubs.
They're gonna have me see like.
Here comes the raise.
Raise to 6,000. Full. So, guess not.
Wes and is gone. Jeff with the muck.
Fold.
Jeff will answer the phone call.
Yeah, I hope so, you know.
Nick with the fold and around to Brock in the straddle for 4K.
You already got 2K in now.
As Brock attempts to add the 4 here, he will get the 4 and he will make the call. We are sweating with PJ with the ace 7 of clubs. Queen 6, 8. Not too good.
Cards. I'll check.
Checks. Okay. Fold.
And a quick 5K and a fold. Easy takedown here for PJ. Now I'm going to go ahead and try one of these bites again because I think they should be working this time. We hope to utilize them a little more in the second half. If this works, this will be PJ talking about the stream that we're doing right now.
Well knowledgeable, right? We know what we're talking about when it comes to poker. Been playing poker probably collectively for over 30 years. I mean, putting this all together, and that knowledge really shines, honestly.
So I don't know if that one worked either. It's very strange. Gotta be honest with you.
I think we can.
We'll get that worked out. Of course, we've been battling. You know, this is a very ragtag setup. We're using mobile phones and webcams to
slow it down to an absolute crawl.
do the stream here. So on occasion, things won't go quite right as Jeff will finally re-enter the room after taking that, I'm sure, important business call. Oh, wait, that was probably getting everybody else as here comes the cavalry back into cast this.
So we go from 4 to 6.
We go from four-handed to six-handed very quickly, and as soon as Wes sits back down at the table, he's going to go ahead and peel ace-queen as I bring back Parker, our producer, and Mitch Francis. It's okay. I was saying that there was
sorry
kind
about that,
of
ladies and gentlemen.
boring. It was kind of boring. There wasn't much happening.
Walking
going on,
right
to be honest with you.
into Wes with ace queen here, right as he gets back with his Wendy's.
How much is the raise?
He's gonna wake up to a nice
West
hand.
raised to 10K, Jeff fold, land and call.
Wes with the 10K
Oh, brother.
raise. He was telling us at Wendy's that he was gonna run it up here, so we'll see
Oh,
if this is the
gosh.
beginning.
Oh,
West
gosh.
all in.
Oh, and we are going all in here.
Or second.
Brock, 3 bets to 20K. Wes is all in for his last 74.
How much? 74K should be.
Should be 74 total, and now Landon over there on the button. I mean, everybody gets back, and all of a sudden we're just sitting down and playing a 3-handed pot, ace, queen, ace, jack, and eights. I mean, my gosh.
It's
Guess you were the-
unbelievable.
I mean,
I guess the Wendy's was the good luck charm for
Must have
Wes
been.
here. With
West is all in for 74K. Action on Landon.
Landon looking down at his ace jack suited. And in this type of situation where Wes raised big to start and an immediate 3-bet from Brock, you can't feel super great about your ace jack, but it looks like you might be counting out.
I mean,
calling
to be
chips.
honest with you, I don't know if this is quite the spot where a 4-bet jam for you to call off with ace jack. I think this is kind of a punt situation to be punting 64K off unless he happens to hit a jack or a couple of diamonds. And remember, folks, Brock's still on the hand, and they will probably end up playing it. Call.
Oh my goodness, Brock has to call.
Landon will
here.
call, and now Brock.
Brock feels very priced into this pot.
Only 54K to call. He could also rip it all in. He could also be a nit and fold the eights, which is completely possible. And it's not out of the reason because you have a 4-bet all in and a call when you were the aggressor.
Does it really matter if I lose?
I mean, really, he needs to play a big pot. Period. Point blank, period.
This
He
is
needs
the
to play a
type
big
of pot
pot.
that
Brock
he
needs to be
get
licking his
involved in.
chops. He's down so big, over 250,000. He needs to play this pot. Why would you fold? I need to get back in it. Brock needs to be saying to himself, I'm in a great spot. I could be flipping to win 200K and get myself back into the UNL Poker Premier League. But is he really considering that? He's considering himself, oh, I'm beat.
Oh, he's going to fold.
Yeah, he's going to regret it for the rest of the thing. We're all in a
Unbelievable.
call, and it's ace-queen versus ace-jack. Wes with a good chance to double it up here.
An 8 comes, Brock is going to be kicking himself.
Wes says he has a bad feeling. He stands up from the table to grab his Wendy's. Hopefully, he won't have to grab a rebuy.
I'm feeling diamonds. I got a really bad sinking, no good feeling about this one. I folded jack.
It's gonna come down.
Hey, Hamlet,
It's
can you
gonna
put
come
him
down.
right on the two hands on the corners, right on the top corners for me, the 2 hands,
I should have.
just so we can see
I
him.
just done it. Should've
Thank
just
you,
been
sir.
Band-Aid.
Thank you, Hammy.
I don't know, pretty good fold.
And as you can hear, yep, that's good.
8.
Brock tells the table what he has. Will he regret the fold? He
He
will.
will.
It's an eight
He
in the
will.
window.
He will regret it.
Oh my gosh! What a flop that would have been.
Unbelievable.
Queen Jack 8. I mean, what a
Unbelievable.
sick hand that would have been.
I would have gotten him too.
Brock made that's just a fold that he didn't consider the format, and he's going to regret it. It's a 6 of spades in the turn. I mean, Landon just needs
I
8
think
jack,
the board's
otherwise
over.
Wes will be doubling up. There's only like 1 or 2 jacks left in the deck.
That's what I
Rip
get
the last
for
card,
trying to
Hamlet.
make a
Oh.
restrained- Oh, okay.
Oh, it's
We're
another
good, we're good.
queen.
Never mind. Cool. High
No,
five.
Brock would have had the boat
Oh
still.
wait, I would have voted. Fuck.
Brock is going to regret that fold for a very, very long time.
That is probably a Premier League elimination type of fold there. He may not be able to recover from that. But Wes recovers yet again very nicely, only down 80,000 chips.
Pretty brutal hand to, and hey, you had the suit. I mean,
Unbelievable hand as everybody steps back in. Wes sits down, peels ace queen, raises, call from Landon, 3-bet from Brock. I mean, that's the thing. I think Brock, you know, he plays a lot for fun, but he doesn't really consider some of the poker things. Why would you 3-bet if you weren't expecting to either A, call the jam, or B, play the hand? I mean, I understand it's a spot that I don't blame him for folding in theory, right? In theory. If we're talking we're playing deep stack poker, which we aren't really anymore because now we've cut the stacks in half due to the straddle. I think if we're playing like 500 big blinds deep, it's a smart fold to a 4-bet and a call and a cold call. He's down 250,000. He needs to play a big pot.
He needs a big pot.
And he just didn't pull the trigger. And that's a brutal. Brutal for Brock. And now Joffrey, out of the gun, will make the raise with the joke hand.
Yeah, I know.
Joke, but also
A good hand.
Just like if he didn't call, I would have 100% gone with it.
Yeah, you would have.
Taken it right away.
Yes, you would have, Brock.
hindsight is 2020, bro.
It always is. Now Brock with the ace-9 will try not to let hindsight hurt him here, as he will call out of the small with the ace-9, and PJ, oh brother, he's gonna raise it up to 25K with the 3-bet with the ace-king. Wes with the joke jack-3, letting it go.
Man while he's down.
Will Jeff get himself into trouble, hoping for the 5-3? And to be honest with you, there's not very many cards that Jeff's gonna like because there's already been a 5 and a 3
I'm already
folded.
emotionally
I think Jeff needs to make a smart fold here. Now it is a big blind raise, and then it's a big blind 3-bet of the under the gun player, which is interesting. Which normally, if the big blind is 3-betting the under the gun raiser, that is also a very strong hand because under the gun is already going to have the tightest, in theory, range of the table.
Spare myself.
And Brock is going to spare himself and fold again, and PJ will take it pre-flop 14K with big slick. Wow. Action, action, action. UNL Poker Premier League.
Statistically, it doesn't make a big difference.
Gus Johnson, Fox Sports.
And that's what counts.
Gus Johnson. Who does that make me?
You're Joel. Are you Joel Klatt? Is that Joel Klatt?
I think it's Joel Klatt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
UNL Poker, Fox Sports.
Pick us up. Don't actually. Twitch is fine.
Twitch.tv/poker. All right, I won't do that anymore. Won't do that anymore. I'll spare everybody a little bit of headache. Landed out of the gun. Hand number 36.
Pretty much on pace to play the same amount of hands we've been playing. I think first night we played 63.
Yeah, it's 60. I think we played exactly 60, believe it or not.
And then 71 on Thursday. Nick with Queen 3 can get out of the way.
Here's Brock again, man. These aces. He's just going to limp the ace. PJ with the 7-5 will let it go. Wes announces the blind call, and he probably would have done it anyway. And now Jeff in the straddle will.
Did you lie, Tony?
Now, is that a raise?
Of course I did. Poker.
Did Wes raise?
No, Wes called.
No.
Jeff called.
Oh, did Brock raise?
Yeah, Brock.
Okay, pardon me.
I'm expecting to hit this one pretty big.
There we go. Now I got it.
A little bit. Checking the dark anyway, though.
Checking the dark by Wes.
Checking the dark by Wes. There's the board.
Jeff checks.
I had Jack 3 of hearts.
Yeah.
Brock looks like he wants to continue his line here.
7 of spades is what we're missing.
He says, I want the money.
I do want the money.
So Brock bets 8,000 here.
Wes calls, Jeff calls.
And we will see a call out of Wes with the top pair. Turn is a deuce, which puts 3 to a flush on board. And if
Wes checks.
Brock continues on the line here,
20,000.
yes, he will. Brock will come out and get aggressive. He probably should have been aggressive and playing pots earlier, but he's trying to make up for it now.
I think that the no call on the eights has maybe opened his eyes just a little bit to the types of pots he needs to play.
Now remember, folks, Wes made a call against Nick with a jack and got himself into a lot of trouble earlier, and a fourth heart on board. And I tell you right now, if this is a bet from Wes,
My 4-5 of hearts.
a bet, first to bet, we'll get it.
West checks.
If Brock bets and doesn't check,
40,000.
Brock bets 40. Now Wes will go into the tank. He plays a lot. Wes and Brock have played a lot together. They are best friends. And he's going to think about it because the only way he would make this call is by history. And trust me, folks, they have played a lot together. They have a lot of history. So that is the only reason why he made this call. But Brock bluffs Wes off of the best hand. And Brock, repenting for his mistaken fold of the eights earlier, will take the pot. And Brock at 257,000. He is up 7 on the session and on his way to potentially getting a little closer to the running.
Yeah, if he wants to continue to build that chip stack and dig himself out of the hole from last week, he's going to have to play more pots like that.
Absolutely.
Real casino, you start taking chips off the table. I was a dealer, I'm just taking chips off the table.
Even if it's the same thing, most players wouldn't notice.
Yeah, probably not, no.
You just swoop and
Folks, if you missed it, the first 10 minutes of this second half session on night number 3 of UNL Poker Club Premier League has been absolutely insane. A couple of big hands, big coolers already.
Like, what's the percent you're supposed to do?
pretty small.
We want to thank you for joining us here on twitch.tv/poker. Like I said before, we'll be here every Sunday night. And every Thursday, we'll be over on our channel, twitch.tv/UNL Poker.
Absolutely. Start a new hand.
Brock fold.
Hand 37.
West fold.
We'll fold to the blinds. Jeff with ace jack. Hey, Hamlet, can you tell Brock to put his right arm down?
Put your right arm down, Brock.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff raised to 10K. Landon called.
Oh boy, raised to 10K and a call, but Landon is dominated. Yeah, sorry about that, Brock. He has to switch his hands to. No, that's part of being on the stream. Deuce 10-5, not very, not smashing flop. Now, Jeff will continue with the aggression, knowing the player he's playing against.
You would know. I know her stuff.
I know you don't.
And
If you guys are a little curious about Jeff's chip stack currently, he did add on 250,000, so he is 250K more in the hole than who he was before. He just decided to add those chips on before busting to give himself an opportunity to play more hands.
There's a chip count. I will show you the differences again. Nick, so far the big win of the night, up 264,000. Brock climbed back a little bit to 7K. Jeff still down 232,000 on the night. 3 players are down triple digits. Reached to about 9:30 here. Playing to 11 o'clock or so Central Time. Might give it a few, maybe extra 5 minutes of over, because we did have a little bit of time where we were making sure we had the counts correct. So we might play to about 11:05. They add an extra hand of. They call it stoppage time in soccer, I believe. We don't call it our stoppage hands.
I like that. Let's go with that.
Brock folds under the gun, and PJ with one of those darn Jack X hands. It's not Jack 3, but it's Jack Deuce.
And you better believe he's going to come along.
He's going to come along. Jeff with the Jack 5 may decide to come along. He will call. Landon with the call. Over to Nick with the option. Definitely going to check it, and we are 4 ways to the flop. Everybody with a lot of junky hands, but flops can make superstars. 10-5 deuce again. Did we shuffle? Did he shuffle?
I believe he
I think
shuffled.
he did. I think he did.
Landon gonna bet out with his top pair here.
PJ gonna float with bottom. And Jeff, now considering his options, will also call. It is top pair v middle pair v bottom pair. It's a king on the turn. It might just kill the action.
Not really a lot of opportunities for any draws out there.
4.5 from Landon.
Another smart bet here by Landon, but I think it needed to continue to be bigger. Doesn't want to get pushed off the hand. It's kind of showing the weakness of his hand in a way. I mean, it's not really weak, but PJ will float, and I think Jeff will be smart and get out of the way, considering he's just had another bet and another call. But he did fold the second best hand in that situation. Let's see what develops on the river. It's an 8 of spades. That's 2 pair for big man Landon, the big man Landon.
And he's going to put the 20K chip out there, no hesitation.
And will PJ tank and make a call here? Trying to be right. I think you just have to consider the player. Landon's just not bluffing enough. I think you have to consider the player and lay it down. He's basically only beating some ace-x hands. And it's a limp pot. He could have plenty of stuff that beats you.
Or the flush. Or a 4 of a kind, for that matter.
That's fair. Well, Landon, if we're chopping top, we're gonna put money in for it.
Oh, he's going to
And
make
he's
a
gonna
bluff
pull
raise.
off
to
the
60, but
raise
here's the
with
problem.
the table talk.
I don't think you're chopping top.
And he just
snapped
snaps him off.
He's totally wrong. He got himself in a
Oh,
bad situation,
man.
flips over the 2 pair, and that was not the right time to raise. Landon will take some away from PJ there.
Funny thing is,
Tried
I
to
had the
table talk him
same
out.
Hand, and then the flop came down the same way. Kind of strange.
Nick still the big winner here on the evening.
Yep.
But Landon working his way back from the hole he
Wow.
put himself in. Wow.
I mean, I can understand PJ
Landon
trying to
had
make
the
a move.
read, absolutely. Was not going to get bluffed off that hand right there.
Yeah, rivering 2 pair, that'll probably help to prevent that from happening. Head on to hand number 39 here. Jeff on the dealer button. I'll start with PJ onto the gun. Dusted off a little bit in the last hand. Still sitting at 429,000 by our account.
Folds the king 7. Wesley
And
with the queens, reaching for raising chips.
7,000?
10.
10,000. That's a little bigger than 7. Over to Jeff with 3 deuce of clubs. Considering and weighing whether or not he wants to 3-bet and try to play a pot in position. Or he'll just call and play this pot in position.
Landon folds. Nick folds.
And it looks like we're going to be heads up. Unless Brock wants to come along with his ace-x hand again.
Nope, we'll let it go. And we are queens versus 3 deuce of clubs. Jeff playing a suited hand. Wants to get it back. He's down 248K. I can understand why. We will see what happens to the flop here, folks. 6 queen 7. Wes hits a set, but Jeff has a flush draw. Oh boy.
This is a pot building kind of flop right here, Alec.
Wes with 124K behind.
10,000.
Wes continues for the same amount, 10,000, and Jeff will easily make the call here, I'm sure. Can understand some raises. It would be an ill-timed raise decision. He's only got a low
Just a call.
flush. Just a call. Now, if the flush comes, which it does, oh, but it's a full house. It's a full house.
This
for
is unbelievable. A huge cooler again in Jeff's favor
Jeff.
negatively. He has run
That's
into
20,000.
it tonight.
Wes is only 94K behind. You have to think Jeff is going to make the raise here, and he's been running awful tonight, folks. He set it up perfectly, but unfortunately, it's a paired board, and now he's got to be thinking, well, I'm not terribly scared of the paired board. He could still have ace-queen here, still have some pairs that I'm beating, but Jeff has to think, well, I have a low flush. I need to raise now.
We could see a lot of money go into the pot here.
All in, and it's going to be a snap call. He has the boat, and Jeff has been doubled through.
That's hard to do.
Jeff has another unbelievable hand, and he puts his arms up in anguish. He can't believe it. The river doesn't matter. It's a fourth club.
Count what you have behind there.
Jeff absolutely running into it here tonight,
He
Alec.
can't do anything. You cannot do anything. A turn flush versus house, and Jeff just puts his arms up in disgust.
Wow.
70, 80, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 94 behind.
A disastrous
I had ace.
night for Jeff here. Disastrous.
Wes had 94K behind. Jeff pays.
Yep, that should be correct. And Jeff
Yeah, but
is down to 128,000. He had to rebuy at the break, and boy, Jeff is gonna be in some trouble. It's unfortunate. There's nothing you can do about it, Mitch.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely nothing you can do about it. I had to yell there because you knew what was going to happen. It was no more action to go. Wes had the turned boat nuts over Jeff's turn flush. Unbelievable. There's the cumulative winnings yet again. Jeff down 372,000.
Is that total?
That is total on the night. On the night,
Wow.
he's wiped away
He's
night
now
one's
down
profits.
about 150K.
Yes. And we go to another hand.
Goodness.
Wow.
Wes now with a suited connector 9-8.
And Wes is now up on the night, and Wes will limp it in. Yeah, I mean, I'd be steaming. I'd be absolutely steaming. There's nothing you could do. It's on Nick here.
Nick calls.
well, if he's doing it.
Okay, Brock calls. PJ checks.
Queen 4 versus 9-8 here. Remember, folks, that Joker card is the 8 of clubs. We had a little trouble with our actual 8 of clubs scanning, so we used that one to take its place.
6K.
6,000. PJ fold.
A nice deliberate movement there, big guy.
Best calls.
Brock with his top pair here, 68%.
Nick fold.
Hey, did Brock bet 5?
6,000.
Thank you.
He will
And-
bet 6,000.
Wes is the only caller.
Thank you, sir. 4 on the turn. Brock still with top pair.
He's going to continue his line here.
10,000.
10,000 and a snap call from Wes. And the ace. Brock earned the check mark.
15.
Will bet again. Wes will snap it off, and it'll be the wrong decision. I mean, Brock's got it.
Oh,
Flip it over,
I have a
please.
king.
Flip it.
And Brock with the king will take it down.
Again, history between
I thought
Brock
he had
and
more than
Wes
that.
is the only reason
He seemed
where I
pretty
think
confident going
Wes
into
called all the way down.
I didn't know.
And Wes back down below, and Brock now up 42,000. Not bad. Slowly climbing back up. 40 hands in. UNL Poker Premier League Night 3. Alec Rome, Mitch Francis with you.
Yeah, I'm working on it, working on it.
Make sure you post. Trying to help you out, buddy. Just like touching your chips. We'll be back here over. Okay?
Hey, I'm diseased.
Maybe a 3. Is there another 3? I think pocket 3 is the hand that's going to win this.
Is that what you wanted?
Right back into the action here.
Jeff under the gun, and Jeff will pull the big slick again. He's down 372,000, and it's about time he gets it back.
Let's do it. Oh, you 5
Raise
X.
to 10,000 Landon fold.
Landon and Nick are going to get out of the way. On to Brock with 3 deuce. Says no, and the 6 is
Oh,
for
boy.
PJ again.
West fold.
Heads up here, PJ and Jeff. Big slick versus the 6s. Will PJ continue to run hot here?
Jack 5-10.
PJ sees a jack. This is going all the way.
PJ checks. 10,000.
Another
10K.
continuation bet.
I think PJ is going to call a lot of times in this spot.
One more street. I'll pay 10K.
He said one more street, he said. He has a club draw. A 3 is not much of that, but I think
That was the card.
You check, PJ?
Yeah, sorry.
PJ checks.
I think if Jeff
Was it worth it?
continues his line here.
What
Although if you're PJ, does the 3 change
no.
a whole
It's a
lot for you?
15,000 and fold. PJ, truthful, and lets it go.
I don't know. Still might have been good.
He actually was. He was leading heading into the river there, but Jeff will pick up a pot and is now
Who knows, Jeff?
trying to climb back.
What?
Down 349,000.
Didn't know. Wasn't a very good main cam.
Value betting.
Huh?
You had my gutter if it's an over.
Essentially, yeah.
I had big slip.
Just felt like there was a lot that I could lose to on a river or already on the flop there that doesn't really give me equity to go 15 to a river. Probably though. Probably could have stopped for the turn if I was gonna fold there though. Made pretty bad leak, but hey. Hey.
Action on Landon.
What can I say? Dwayne Rock Johnson's a legitimate actor.
Landon, 8 deuce. Says no, thank you.
He
Nick
was
now
in the
Ace
seminal film
7
San
offsuit.
Andreas.
gives it up.
Oh yeah.
That's a classic, yeah.
Bit of a tight
I know
fold
what you
there
guys
from
are
Nick.
talking
Call.
Nick hasn't really gotten involved in a lot of hands so far in the second half.
Call. Option. Check.
We'll play a limp pot.
Rude.
Jack 10,
Rude,
Queen
rude,
8,
rude.
King 3, all off-suited hands. And a Jack Ace.
Queen, Jack, Ace.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a limp pot board.
Well, funny enough,
Check.
it hit everybody.
Everybody's got a little piece.
5,000. Call from Brock.
And you're probably going to see a call from Wes with the gutter.
They go so much smaller.
And the problem is, if a 10 comes, it's going to get Wes to stick around. If a king comes, it might get Brock to stick around. Everybody's in.
And a
It's
king.
a king.
Unbelievable.
Wes
Wow.
gets the
Okay.
straight. I think
A check. I think that's a good check there.
Check. Checks.
it might go check around. I actually.
15.
Oh, hold on. That's 15,000. 15,000 into a made Broadway. Wes is
Gonna
gonna.
Hollywood it a little bit.
Yeah, I'll check. Make sure he's got that 10.
Call.
Just calls.
Check.
Jeff will get out of the way and only chop outs here for Brock.
Sorry.
Stepping on my quarter.
Wow. What an interesting board, hey?
PJ has hit it right on the head.
It's not a 10, it's a 9. That means Wes gets the check mark and he will act first on the river.
And he checks.
No, he doesn't check.
Oh, I
Some
thought I
people,
saw
that
him.
little tap is a check.
Yeah, buddy. West 40K.
40K from Wes.
Okay, so we limped then.
Yep.
So we could have the 10.
Yeah.
Brock is going to try and reason this one out.
If you're Brock, you're looking at this limp pot. Exactly right. He said it himself. It's a limp pot. He could have the 10. It's It's much harder to put Wesley on a range here.
He's
Especially
gonna
with that
pay
run out, and he's gonna
him
call.
off. Pays him off. Now Wes up 56K.
I don't. Whenever West goes, I could catch up. You know me, or it's pretty likely to be pretty good.
Wow.
I read West.
Another interesting pot action staying interesting as we are going to head on to hand 43. Mitch, your thoughts as we're closing in on about 9:45.
Yeah, closing in, nearing the end of our third hour here tonight.
Gave him
You
the
know,
win.
we've seen
maybe
dominance from PJ. We've seen dominance from the Rook, Nick. But I think the big story of tonight, Alec, is just the horrible run bad for Jeff here tonight. I mean, you know, him and I were talking at the break, and, you know, he said it himself. He feels good about his play. He feels good about his decisions, and he feels good about the spots that he's put himself into. Just the cards aren't falling his way tonight.
Absolutely not.
He destroyed
Jeff
the
now
whole
down
thing.
quite a bit, I believe 150K cumulatively over the first 2 sessions, 2 weeks. And Brock with ace-8 of spades, or excuse me, hearts rather. Likes his hand, but PJ with the jack-4 will let it go. Wes with his hand, we like to call the 10-3. I think I initially assigned that hand to him when he called me with 10-3 and beat me in a hand in season 1. But he will let go of the West, and Jeff with ace-4 off.
A big raise too.
Check.
Meddling with all those yellows. So I was like, oh, okay. No, I can only do about 5 aside. It's only 4, so.
Jeff thinking about a call here with his off-suited ace heads up against Brock.
He will call it. Now Landon in the straddle with
It's not gonna work at all. I can't.
King Deuce will fold it away.
No way, dude.
So Jeff looking to outplay his opponent, and it's a not bad hand from the big blind, but he happens to be dominated. Let's see what happens. Flop.
A little worse too.
Queen, 10, king, another.
Little royal watch going on here.
Check.
It will probably go bet fold, to be honest with you. Oh, no. Kind of a reel it in here from Brock, maybe. A 9 of diamonds on the turn. And it might be enough to maybe get Jeff to try for it. He will try for it. History against Brock.
12,000 into 22.
Brock is going
And Brock
absolutely
is
nowhere.
absolutely snapping it off. Brock with the best hand here. And
It's a 9, but
paired
it's a
board for the
chop pot.
9.
It's actually a chop pot.
Yeah, it's
and
a chop now.
if Jeff commits to the line, he will get Brock off the chop.
30,000.
That's 30,000 and a full. And Jeff with the worst hand. And what would have been a chop, Jeff takes the profit instead. Has to work back from this hole, but get something done there.
Landon has really fallen down the leaderboard as far as tonight goes. You know, he came out really hot. I thought we both agreed he was playing really aggressive and really well those first 10-ish hands, but ever since then, hasn't really been involved.
Yeah, if we go ahead and look at the PFR, Landon was actually about 22%, but as you can see, he's dropped a little bit down to 16%. Brock and Wes are the two least likely to raise players here at this table through 43 hands.
Brock doesn't just bluff in poker, he also bluffs in bridge. Does he? Yeah.
I bluff significantly better in range.
It's actually true. Bridge is a game where you gotta bid up their hands, and he will bid air.
Brock
don't
and
bid
Wes,
air as much as
avid
you bid
bridge
air in
players as well as
You
poker.
bid air all the time. I'm pretty sure I've seen you call 5 spades with not even the ace.
I'm pretty sure I just read that. Yeah.
Fold. Fold.
Yeah, I've got 5 spades here, guys.
I'm like 90. I'm pretty sure. I remember there was one where I actually misread it. I was like, oh, like I thought.
A couple of folds here.
Jeff raises to 10,000.
Jeff is going to raise it up to 10,000.
Landon folds.
With his ace 10 off, Landon
Nick
gets
calls.
out of the way. Now Nick wants to come around with queen 10 suited.
Heads up.
A perfectly good hand to defend the straddle with here. 4, Jack, 5 is your flop. Doesn't really hit anybody super significantly. Jeff still with the best hand here. Ace high.
10,000.
And another 10,000 from Jeff.
Now, Nick, these are spots where I think Nick needs to get a little crazier and try to float these streets because he does have backdoor draws, and he also needs to know that there's not a ton of jacks necessarily in just range. Small blind, yes, there could be some more jacks in his range, but Nick should definitely be floating around a little more on occasion. And I think this is not a bad occasion to do it with the backdoor draw.
He will get out of the way.
We'll get out of the way. I don't blame him. It's an every once in a while thought. And Jeff will scoop another tiny pot. They will add up as we go ahead and look at the pre-flop raise. Again, Jeff still the leader, 34% of the time, pre-flop raising.
I have a hunch he got there.
Spades got there.
Spades got there as they rabbit hunted, and Nick not very happy about it. Like I said, would have floated. He would have seen a spade on the turn. Would have had the combo draw, could have called to the river, and it's hard to put somebody on backdoor spades, dude. It really is.
Yep.
I think it does one card.
Oh, hey there, buddy. Can I get in my lap?
Yeah, Nick is going to look back at this and
Not like it.
maybe think about adding some of those calls into his game. You know, sometimes those types of hands, Queen 10, King 10, are types of hands that you feel good about ripping one card at least.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, he's still playing very well tonight. Still up quite a bit. But it's just a thought on expanding his game. Wes up very nicely. Will fold the Jack 10. And Jeff with that darn 3-deuce suited again will raise it, hoping for it to be his lucky hand. It wasn't last time the
Landon
problem.
big slick.
Will flat it.
Raise, call, fold.
Nick's going to get out of the way. Brock.
In the straddle will let it go. And Jeff, he had 3-deuce of clubs. Had a house over flush situation the last time he did it. Will it help him this time? Will he purge the demons of this type of hand? It's 6
And he
ace queen. Oh,
sure
he flops
will.
the
He
flush.
sure will, and here's the thing. He might get a little action from
And
Landon.
he
Landon
is
with
gonna
top pair,
bet.
and he's absolutely Jeff. Tables turning here.
But here's the problem again. You cannot raise here if you're Jeff because you know that Landon will let a lot of stuff go.
Yep.
He
It
just
has
has
to just be
flatted.
a call. No.
Oh, he's gonna raise it because he's probably afraid. And it's you raise with the lower flushes,
No,
right?
I was.
The problem is there for Jeff. I think doing that, you immediately play your hand face up.
I'm a suit bender. I
Right.
can make
You
them
you are
tell me
immediately
exactly anything I
saying
want.
that you are strong right here, right now. This is not a move. This is not a spot for Jeff. Landon's got to look at this and just see strength.
And I think just by Landon's tendencies, he's going to let it go, even though it's ace king, even though it's top pair.
Everybody knows being
I
one
just
is
think
the
that
coolest.
against that specific player, I think against other players, especially against like an aggressive player, a PJ or something like that, I absolutely agree with raising some of your lower flushes.
No.
But I
in-
think
in the
Landon
new
is going to
series,
tank
they
and
have-
fold
they have
here.
a
I got to be
curve.
honest with you.
Legend of Korra rules. I don't want to be any better.
Landon is in a bit of a tough spot himself. These are two of the shorter stacks of the
money.
table, and he may not want to just let ace king go. But if we're looking at the long game, it would be the right decision again.
Whoa, there's no Jews in the Atla universe.
But he's grabbing the chips
Grabbing,
and going
calling
to call.
chips, unbelievable. And
But what's the plan here? What is the plan for Landon to the turn? It's a 10. It means nothing.
Underwhelming.
Jeff has a lock on
They
this
couldn't
hand.
both
It's going to go check.
They
Jeff is
couldn't
going to
both
bet
flop
again.
it.
And Landon has to be prepared to go all in. He has a pot exactly left behind.
yeah, if you're Jeff, you keep with the line here, I think. Barrel again. And you see the discomfort
Didn't
from
even
Landon.
count it.
All in.
That's an all in.
And if you're Landon, you
I think Jeff has
You have to be
given
kicking
Landon
yourself.
too much of a chance to
Yeah.
get out of the hand.
Yelling in the distance.
I'm not saying Jeff, you know.
He lets it go. Like I said, I think Jeff gave Landon too much of a chance. I understand the raise. I don't think it's a bad play, and I don't think it's a bad play against other players. But I think just in that specific situation, I think Landon, just by his tendencies, you gave him maximum fold equity when you really didn't want to give him maximum fold equity.
Yep.
Maybe it's a thought where Jeff is like, well, I need to play it this way because that's how I need to keep the line balanced.
Recognize me from
And I understand that. But sometimes in these cash game formats, you got to get exploitative. I think it's an interesting hand that we could talk about for sure, and try to understand why he did what he did. Chose to go more polarized. Chose to hope that Landon had a two pair he didn't want to fold, but it was just too great of a bet and good fold. Good fold by Landon.
Yep, great fold there. I think if you're Jeff, you look back at this hand and you think to yourself, oh, maybe
they got Tom.
maybe if I just call there, Landon, it's clear the read there is that, Landon is going to show strength and he wants to bet when he has a piece of it.
Right.
And in that case right there, he had a piece, he had top pair, he had top. And I think if you're Jeff, you let him set his own line and you just call there and see what happens on the turn because, you never know. Maybe something comes on the turn that keeps Landon more interested. But by polarizing there and by protecting your hand and protecting the strength of your hand, you give Landon more opportunity to get away from something.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's a tough spot to try and navigate, especially with a low flop flush like that. Well, how about three diamonds out there? Jeff still has the best hand, but PJ will go ahead and take a donking strategy again.
Didn't even do a diamond check.
With the bottom pair. Bets 5,000 and a quick call here by Jeff with middle pair. I think it's one of those defending. He's just got to defend. 8 of clubs on the turn. Jeff still with the best hand, but I think if PJ continues with the line that he's representing made flushes, representing good draws, representing a jack.
6,000.
Keeping it low.
And
Jeff
the
will stick around.
small bet works perfectly there.
Well, it doesn't quite work because he was hoping for a fold. I think he needed to come home with the hammer. And will he come home with the hammer here on the river? I think he needs to go like 50 here.
I think he's thinking about it.
11-5.
He goes
Too
low
small.
again.
I think too small.
Jeff might find a call here with just a pair. You can see he's puzzled by the line. You can see he's puzzled by this line. I think he needed to go with a bigger size on the turn in the river. It may get a fold out of Jeff, though, because he's bet all 3 streets. But it would be a very smart call, be a great call by Jeff.
Jeff in the tank here. Something doesn't make sense in the line.
And you only have to be right 11K to win 51. That's more than 4 to 1, nearly 5 to 1. You roll a dice, and you just have to be right 1 out of 6 times, basically, to make a profit. But he lets it go. These small bets by PJ get it done. Interesting hand again. Jeff folds the best hand. It's a tough spot. 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Knife strategy there by PJ. Committed to the line. Wins another pot. PJ up to 427,000. Jeff obviously still with a lot of work to do as we see the cumulative winnings. And we're going to go ahead, Hamlet. Let's actually take a break here because as we're hit the hour, it's 10 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break. Be back with the last hour of the UNL Poker Premier League when we come back. Welcome back, folks. UNL Poker Premier League. Take another look at the cumulative winnings as we head into the last hour. Nick, the big winner, up almost an entire buy-in. Remember, we started at $250K. Jeff down more than a buy-in, and it's just really, we were talking during the break, just not much you can do. He's just been absolutely kicked around, kicked when he's down, set over set, full house over flush. Just getting the worst of it here on night 2.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, it's these kind of nights that you look back on and you feel horrible about because of your chip count. But, you know, for Jeff, you got to look back at the stream, you got to watch, and you got to find the positives, you know? You implemented a new strategy tonight, and it's paid off for you in a lot of ways. Cards just weren't falling.
So we head on to hand 47 as Brock sits back down at the table.
But he becomes, the more human he becomes, the more villainous he becomes. I really like that. I thought, aren't you a big fan of Matrix? What? Yeah, I feel like I remember hearing that.
Good to go, Hamlet.
Very much like the Matrix.
Hand 47, final stretch will probably go again to about 11-10. I think we've had that little stoppage in between. I'll say 11-10 is fine. Give that little bit of extra stoppage time.
Want some more money to win.
If you raise to exactly 21K.
Here we go, another hand, and Jeff will be the first player to act. He'll look down at King 4 of spades.
No, that's put more. I got a call.
Raise to 10,000. Plan and fold.
Raise here from Jeff with his King 4.
Oh.
Brock with a suited connector. It's a pretty hand.
Call.
We'll play the pretty hand.
Fold. Heads up.
Heads up between Brock and Jeff. Comes Queen 6-10, and Brock takes the lead. And Brock will actually come out and bet this.
Okay.
8,000. Call.
Jeff with some backdoor stuff will make the call. 9 on the turn. Brock still leading, but it
Check.
could slow him down.
Checks.
And Jeff has set this line up
Now gutted.
and
To a
probably
straight.
should come in with the bet, but he may be tempted to just check it back. He will come in with the bet.
15,000.
Brock with just the 6. Oh, this is a uncharacteristic call here. Brock getting sticky in the right spot against the veteran Jeff to the river. It's an 8 of diamonds, and Brock with the rivered straight, the rivered low straight, 4 to a straight on board. And now Brock will come out and bet, and it's going to be an instant muck.
20,000. Fold.
Yep, I mean, Jeff's
Really
gonna-
sticky call there from Brock. I love to
yeah,
see that.
I mean, that's impressive from Brock, and he ended up sticking around enough to get the river straight, and Jeff might have had to check back and give up, too. I mean, wow. Interesting again, and Brock crawls a little closer back to even again on the night, just hanging around in there. Nick, still the big winner with 28% of the chips in play.
I tell you what. Out of the groove. Gotta get back in it. I'd like to do that. I really would. You think? Yep. There's one. There's 2.
Offsuit.
Action on Landon.
5 deuce suited for Landon. He folds.
Nick with a king 10 off.
Raise to 8,000.
Make the raise, and Brock will pull an ace here and may decide to come along. He'll let it go. Jeff with the queen 4, and He just wants to play pots at this point.
Gonna defend here, out of the straddle.
Hoping to hit something good. Not really. Jack 10 deuce.
Check.
Top pair for Nick. Most likely a continuation bet coming here.
It's taking a little bit of time to think on this one with the action. But now we'll finally reach for chips.
75.
Yeah, I think he was just thinking about sizing there, Alec. Didn't know if he wanted to go maybe even a little bigger to defend his top pair there, but decides on a similar sizing, and it didn't matter because Jeff was folding anyway.
That's right. Jeff's still the most aggressive player at the table right now. And is going to have to continue that way. PJ makes sense. He's second. I believe Nick was third.
I saw that.
As we head on, hand number 49 on the night.
Yeah, I feel that, dude. The tippy tapping away at 8 a.m., 6 p.m., I'm ready to call it.
Twitch.tv/poker here, folks. Thanks for sticking around with us. A few people sticking around with us for the night. We appreciate you. Hope you've been enjoying this poker action.
PJ calls. West
PJ limp here with 7-6.
calls. Offhand Landon. Checks.
Wesley is going to limp as well, and he's got a four-handed limp pot here, Alec.
Queen, Jack, Jack.
Check. Check.
Landed in a good spot.
Continue.
Hammy, can you tell Wes to move his cards around?
West moves your cards around.
Is that about a 7,000?
Fold. Yeah. Fold from PJ. Fold from everybody. Like,
And it folds around, and Landon will just scoop the pot easily right there on the flop. Nobody wanted it. Landon gets a little bit. Landon's still down quite a bit. I mean, he had a decent middling session, which actually kept him in the middle of the pack now tonight. Just down 141K and obviously in a little bit more trouble. But the thing is that he's had some company, obviously in Jeff being down 330,000. And the rest of the field, though, I will say, Brock, not that far down. He's still down on the leaderboard, but everybody else has been doing pretty well. And Wes making a nice comeback. He had the
Great
obviously
comeback.
tough hand against Jeff where he turned the boat. And that set him off on a nice path, and he's up 50,000.
Culture takes stamina. Gotta win, gotta lose. Still in the game.
action on Brock.
Brock looking at Jack 10 off under the gun.
Likes it.
Call.
Likes it enough to limp.
Fold.
PJ out of position is going to get out of the way.
Just thought I might try and get to a pot last hand, and it just does not come around.
Call from Jeff.
And Landon, I remember the first night, Landon kept pulling Queen, Jack every hand.
Can you tell Jeff to put his cards bottom left?
Sure will. Yeah, we'll see him, I'm sure. If not, it's all right.
If not, it's a sweat.
Comes King 8-4. Nick just checking on the straddle with fives, and it will be Jeff the small. It goes check, check. Nick could be thinking about betting with his fives. And he will.
I don't hate this board with fives. The problem is
4,000.
when you play a limp pot like this, these types of boards become more dangerous, especially four-handed. When you have a limp pot four-handed,
Right.
The ranges there are going to be extra wide.
But I think this is going to get it done. I mean, Landon doesn't have anything, and I think Nick probably had the best hand.
Already mess up the kill.
Nick will take the pot with fives.
I was gonna say, there's a carrot there, and snowman.
Buddy, I hate you.
Nick up
And I do love this
263,000 on the night. Going to be continuing
Mucho appreciado.
on with his dominance.
Yeah, incredible run through the first two for Nick, and it's put him in a fantastic spot to make a guaranteed spot in the final. Probably going to be on November 19th. Raising money for charity. Hope you'll join us. Probably be on twitch.tv/UNL Poker. We're on this channel on Sundays. Remember, folks, into November, and we were on our own personal channel, twitch.tv/UNL Poker on Thursdays.
I'm laughing.
Next time, you'll see the other group of 6 play their second session. That includes me and Mitch.
I thought these were
Lance
getting
as
some
well.
Sort of book.
Do we have the draw for that yet?
Not quite yet. We'll probably do it the day of. Hamlet will also be in there. And, of course, Jared and Caton will be back to try and come back as they started both down as well after session number 1.
Have you considered a career in stand-up comedy?
You consider a career in No, I have not.
And number
PJ.
5-1.
Under the gun. King Jack.
King Jack was causing him some troubles. I think he likes to play King Jack more aggressive because he doesn't like to play it post.
Change her up a little.
9,000.
And so you will see the increased raise to 9,000. Now Wes with the ace 8
Two yellow chips. And I'm tired of that.
will rip.
You just want to get rid of Gray.
Jeff with 6s will also want to see a pot. May even choose to raise, but he will just try to play to hit the set.
With 3 callers.
Landing with the king deuce.
Live tell.
Let's go over to Nick with 5s. Here we go again.
Maybe a 3-bet coming here from Nick.
It should be.
Oh,
I think he might just be looking at a call here.
Re-raise.
Oh no, he will re-raise. How much?
35,000.
35,000
with the 5s.
He's coming in with a hammer. Who knows? Brock with 8-4.
Should get out of the way. And does.
Now PJ.
Certainly not.
And now see, this
This
is a
has happened
situation.
before.
It's like what you just talked about. He doesn't like to play King Jack post, and maybe he's thinking here.
He tried to do this against Nick earlier in the night, and Nick 4-bet him with ace queen.
coming along.
And
He's
he
coming
will come
along.
along.
Left fold.
And will Jeff try to
Jeff.
play the implied odds at the 6s
I was
or
gonna
let
say
it go?
Jeff might be priced in here 26 to win about 90.
I think he should. I think he's just too far down. I think he just wants to
Three-handed
smack
for
this 6 and
35.
pray that a 6 comes, because he will have the best of it
It's almost
if a 6 comes.
probably over.
He will not get set over set as far as we know this time. The flop is 3-4 king,
King.
and PJ will take the lead with top pair. And now Nick, the 3-better, should be betting here, and I
I think
imagine
betting big.
it's 117K. It's
Gotta
one of
bet-
the biggest
I think you gotta
pre-flop
bet
pots we've
big
seen.
here. And he does.
60,000.
That's 60,000, but the problem is
Be noted that was a cat.
And
it
a
snapped off,
snap
and
call.
Jeff says goodbye to the 6s. So Jeff didn't see what he wanted to see.
A 5 is the only help for Nick.
It'll be interesting to see what the turn brings.
I think you.
It's an
splashed the
ace of
five.
Now
diamonds.
diamonds, okay.
And if Nick continues here, this might get PJ into a lot of trouble, because he might think, oh man, that ace is just exactly what Nick wanted.
If
But Nick will check, and I think PJ's probably going to check back.
and he does.
River. Jack. 2-pair.
Now, I think the problem here is if Nick Nick is just going to smartly check,
Shut it down.
and PJ will
Cut his
bet
losses.
big.
That's what we call buying.
100,000 is the bet.
And it's probably going to have to be a tank.
PJ's going to take a lot back here. It's a 337,000 chip pot. And I think Nick is just going to have to let it go. Now, what would be crazy? It would be crazy. I don't think it's going to happen as if Nick decided to jam over the top as a bluff. Now, I don't think PJ's letting it go. I think he just snaps it off.
The problem with the jam here is PJ only 229 behind. You know, at that point, it's a big enough pot that with 2-pair here, can't really get away with it, or get away from it, excuse me. So,
But we always talk about, it'd be weird. I expect Nick to fold here, but we always talk about, is rivering 2-pair good? Is rivering 2-pair good? And if Nick decides to jam all in here, he he could be playing the Hollywood. He did call along. He could have not necessarily aces or kings. He doesn't have those sets. And jacks aren't likely, but it's not out of the question that he has a set of 4s or 3s. I think he's just trying to see if he can pick off a bluff here, but I don't think in this big of a pot that PJ is going to be bluffing enough. Anybody really is going to be bluffing enough.
Could be.
I think he's just upset about the amount of money he's put in, or not money, rather chips that he's put in the pot.
Every hand 50-50.
This was
I
a
don't know.
basically
PJ
200,000
opens
chip
today, saying that
pot
heads up with him,
after the
you're
flop.
instantly
It checked
30%
on the
down.
turn.
John, just as it's 80-20.
So it's not 50-50 apparently.
He is
He's
going to put the chips
reaching
out.
for- Trying to find a hero call. Potentially.
I'm trying to decipher what their
This would
hands are
be
based on the
monstrous to
rules
put PJ into a big lead here in the UNL Poker Premier League. He is close. Those chips aren't over the line just yet, but he's trying to think of what would be good. There's 2 flush draws that didn't come home that could be good, but
Air both of them. Raise, re-raise.
and it would make sense that a missed flush would bet here, but
Pretty big. Sounds like a call. Or fold. There's no. I mean, you can also do that.
I just
You
think
go
in
off.
this
Stop
big of a
bleeding.
pot,
Or re-raise.
I don't think.
I mean, he's just looking at the pot. It's 337,000. He just doesn't want to fold and be wrong here, I think. And he will make the call, and
Oh my
PJ
God.
will win a 437,000
Oh
chip
my
pot.
God.
He makes the wrong decision. Tries to snap off and catch the veteran in a bluff, but he does not.
Wow.
PJ
That's
now
a standings changing.
will
call
be
right
the
there.
big leader in the Premier League. At least for now, we got an hour left to go. 665,000. He controls 38% of the chips in play, and Nick dusts off about 150K in that one pot alone, trying to catch PJ red-handed. Unreal.
Wow.
He really went into the tank. There was
As
2
long as
flush
there's
draws
still
that
10
didn't
minutes
hit.
left, we have hope.
I don't blame him, but
Minutes left. You never know.
I just don't think
I'm gonna blow up again.
you could be riding up there. I mean, it's just a huge decision. It's really tough. That's a tough spot.
I have
If
a
he does
feeling
call,
10
it's
minutes
now
before
it's
that, you're
100
gonna
into
complain
337,000,
Just like I'm not doing
3.3 to
this
1, quarter of the time.
Quarter, 1 out
But the
of-
problem is,
enough for
you
them.
were already sitting just fine. If you fold, you're still up 168K. You're still sitting really nice on the night. You didn't have to call that there. It's an interesting spot. He's going to be kicking himself for that. He just needs to keep his cool and try to keep what he has and gain a little more back. So plenty of time.
I think PJ's table image
raised to
got him
9,000.
paid right there. And I think the reason why that is because
What is
You know,
Jeff's stat?
PJ is going to take lines a lot of times with his draws, and he's not afraid to turn those missed draws into bluffs on
Right.
the river. He's never been afraid to do that. He's proven that, and he's gotten it to work before. And I think Nick, being a new player, having seen PJ do that a few times, tried to find a hero call and did not pay off.
Wow. Unreal. Try to be Superman.
Are we caught up here with the action?
Yep, we are caught up to the flop. A king 5-5 board.
Check. 10,000 fold. Fold.
Yeah.
And it'll go quick fold. PJ picks up another pot from the straddle. And will almost be near 700,000.
Yeah. That was the downfall. That's the moment. Here's the tipping point, ladies and gentlemen. Small blind.
Alright, evens out on my stack.
Raised to 8,000.
Jeff is like 8 to 10K. 8 to 10K.
He's counting down. When he gets call, free flop.
Next time I raise will be 7,
Yep.
then 6, then 5, then 4.
Brock folds.
Then we'll go back up to 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes, they've been shifting their raise sizes around quite a bit, and PJ thought about calling. And Jeff will just pick up that hand pre-flop with the Jack 9.
I was checking ahead, I guess. I did the classic almost wrist red in my hand.
10:22 p.m. Central Time. We're playing till 11:10. Lots of stuff can still happen. I mean, really, we've had crazy hands happen in the last 45 minutes, both sessions. Wes came back on the last hand of night one. I ended up taking chips back from PJ, then PJ doubled Jared, and then he doubled Hamlet once, and then took it from Hamlet on the last hand. So we still got lots of stuff left to go as we head on to hand number 54.
Plenty of poker left to play.
Absolutely.
In the Premier League regular season.
And Brock gonna look down at a nice king, queen of clubs.
Fours, man? Oh, no, I just want to call.
And we'll just call. I don't know how smart that is, but could have easily raised it. Option to Jeff. Jeff will take it. Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty good for Brock.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Brock limping there opens the door for a lot of people to chase him down, but, you know.
And
you flop
Wes
good,
will
you
come
flop
out
good.
and bluff. How much did Wes bet? 7,000. And Brock would benefit from a smooth call here. We'll just call, and PJ with the backdoor flush, or well, the flush draw rather, not even backdoor. It's right there. It's on the doorstep. It's a 9 on the turn. Gives PJ also an out to a 10. Wes, will he continue with this line into 2 players? He will.
I think he has to continue with the line if he wants to try to win it on the river. He can't check there and show enough strength to get 2 people off when another card comes.
14,000.
Yep.
I think that if you're gonna go with this line, this is absolutely the right move. You have to continue with it. You cannot slow down here. And
Brock with trip queens. He folded 8s earlier on tonight. That could have won him a lot of chips and brought him back in the Premier League, but he's got himself an awesome opportunity here. We'll just continue to flat, and PJ will get out of the way with the non-nut draw. So we go to a river card. It's a 6 of spades. He would have gotten there. He would have gotten there and scooped even more chips against Brock. He would have absolutely gotten way up there. But I don't blame him for folding the non-nut draw.
Non-nut draw, 2 other people in the hand. I don't blame the fold at all.
It's on Wes, and Wes will fire again. And I think Brock will look at his cards, and he won't even raise here. He'll just snap him off. I mean, Brock is not a player that will play a type of way. But the flush comes home. Brock. I was going to say, there's just no way that he'll call it off, and he's afraid of the flush.
Yep.
Oh, he has a straight. That's right. Oh, my gosh. I totally forgot about it. Wes goes runner on the straight.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't even
That's
see.
right. Unbelievable. Sucks Brock out. I wasn't even considering that.
Fuck me.
It fooled me, too. The runner straight.
Totally disguised. Totally
I
disguised.
mean, oh, my God. That's sickening. That's absolutely sickening as Wes scoops this pot. And Brock, I mean, oh, boy. I did not even notice that, folks. What do you do? It's a runner straight versus trips. That's sick. That's gross.
I'm definitely thin. Maybe you can talk yourself into it, right?
On to the next one. Wow. I mean, I can't believe I missed that, but that was such a chance opportunity. It must have been like, what, 5% there, I bet. That's sick.
Otherwise, you got straight.
Oh, did he not?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see the
What,
runner
I
straight when
think I
you
just-
donk
I
3
just
streets with ace or
mucked
7-5.
3 queens for no apparent reason.
Nick raised to 10,000.
Yeah, the queens.
That's what I told you. I said somebody has a queen, somebody might be on a draw too. Like I told you, I think that was a good laydown from technical.
Yeah, and PJ's talking about how he folded the flush draw there, and it would have won him another absolutely massive pot straight versus
Like, why else am I
a
calling
trip
40K
queens. He
there?
might have gotten it from maybe both of
Why
them.
am I calling 40K?
Unbelievable.
Call.
The flush got there and the straight got there.
Yeah.
That'd have been
but
absolutely
I didn't
massive
really
for
peg him
PJ,
on
but he
either
is
of those,
plenty
so-
far up. I don't think he can really complain with how
And
the last
okay.
half has
What
gone
kind
for
of
him.
straight? I put him on 5-7. Yeah. Okay.
We are officially chopping. There's nobody that can
I'm
win
not
this
gonna
hand,
say, oh yeah.
Flush is not possible. You flop.
but
The
somebody can
flush
take
was
it away,
possible, I was
and
thinking about that, but I'm like,
Nick will
to be
bet,
honest,
12,000.
I'm down for the
and
night.
it will be
If I
enough.
get it here,
Nick,
I'm
with the
up,
same
but
hand as Wes,
if I
will just take the
literally,
pot,
yeah,
gain 13,000.
doesn't really matter.
So there it is again, folks. PJ ended up getting a huge pot off of Nick as Nick tried to hero call with pocket fives. Was
Considering
wrong as it
going
was
all
a
in, but then I was like,
2-pair on the
could
river
be
for
walking
PJ
into
that
it.
put
I
him up
walked into
that
it
big.
too
As
many
we take a
times
look
with
again at the
Wesley,
cumulative
so-
winnings, PJ is definitely going to be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the night if he sticks around like this. Wes with a nice gain, really nice gain, up to 104,000. Of course, that big hand that we just had got him there. Nick's still up 80K. Brock down 86. Landon down about 150K, and Jeff still sitting there trying to find his spot to jump it up down over 350,000.
So, I like how either of you stays, and I'm still not getting my 3 queens.
Your 3 queens wasn't good there, buddy. I just wish I was good enough to call.
Action on Brock.
I wish I was good enough not to.
Good enough not to just call against the. I mean, yeah, anybody would have made that call. Some people might have raised. Could have been a raise there, but call from Brock. The limp.
Here's the limp. Jack.
Oh, one of our cameras is being out of focus. For a 3-handed. I think that one's on autofocus. I might be able to get it on my end here.
Landon checks. Out of turn.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Fold.
Still gonna do that.
Brock bets 5,000.
There it goes.
Landon calls.
Landon versus Brock here. Ace deuce versus 8-4. Brock.
God, I'm sorry. I thought.
Okay, well,
Very eager.
Brock is actually had a turn twice in his hand.
Brock acting out of turn. That's okay.
Okay, open muck.
And it'll just be an open. Well, I'll just go ahead and put it in as if they did play in turn, and Brock will
gonna bet.
take
For
the
my
pot.
4, yeah.
Yeah. Jeff
I'm
still leading the PFR through 56 hands. Brock and Wes only raising about 5 hands tonight.
Not me. It's you. You're the shadow.
We got about 40 minutes to go, playing to 11-10.
Nope. Not even I couldn't even if I wanted to. I mean, then this
Hitting a home stretch, which may be interesting. This is the time of the night where you gotta lock in. You
Things
cannot.
start to happen this
Yeah,
time of the
if
night.
you get tired. If you get a little risky, bad things can happen. During session 1, Lance dusted off a lot against Wes with just middle pair. Stamina makes a difference, folks.
Absolutely.
PJ can essentially fold his way and walk home with a nice profit.
Live for 5.
But
Jeff,
he won't.
Jeff on the button, I think we'll take advantage of the position and raise it up.
7,000. Fold.
Landon 4 deuce.
But the
Thanks,
problem is
Nick
Raise to 25,000.
with the big
I'm all in.
slick.
And Brock is
Shoves
all in with queens.
Shoves with queens. Jeff is going to get out of the way here. And now Nick's got
Brock
another
is at
decision.
174K, Hamlet. 174,000. He's got to call it.
He's got to call.
He's got to call it. He will call. We are all in a classic race. Ace King versus Queens. Brock just snap jams. He finally gets himself in a pot where he can bring himself back.
Nick does have, if diamonds were to come, he does have the diamond blocker.
And he does have the ace of clubs. He does have clubs live for him. Big, big hand here, folks. Ace King versus
This could
Queens.
be absolutely disastrous for Nick. 2 huge pots. He was up like 300K.
Board.
And
King
King
ace,
ace.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Cool.
Wow.
Queens are never
It's
good.
been the type of night for Brock. He folded eights earlier, would have won, has queens, gets out flopped. He has some backdoor outs. It's a 6 of
Has to
clubs.
be
It
a
has to
queen.
be a lady on the river, or
I
Brock
needed
will
to
be
not
busted
give
for the
him
second
2K
session
on
in a row. It's
And
another
king.
king.
Voted. Wow.
Nick boats and gets back what he lost basically from PJ.
Long time.
That is it for Brock, unless he wants to rebuy in the last 40 minutes. I don't imagine Brock will. I think he might just call it good. Yep, he will leave, and Brock will be 500,000 down in the Premier League. And
Is that a hole you can climb out of, Alec?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he played 2 big pots. He folded one of his big pots. He played some bigger pots. He did run bad. I'm not going to deny that. He did run bad. But I think the opportunity with the eights where it's a tough call, but I think it's a call that he should have maybe gambled and at least played post-flop with Landon. Could have easily played post-flop. Again, if you flop a set, you're in a really great spot. He would have flopped a set. And wow, I mean, that's just, you got to be.
You look back on those types of hands, and those are, you know,
Shit.
potentially season-ending decisions right there.
And Brock will take the mic off here and pass it over.
Sure, big game.
PJ will get mic'd up here for the last half hour or so. A GG to Brock, but is going to have lots of work to do with 3 sessions left. And we will now play 5-handed for the rest of the night at least.
Action's on Jeff, is that right?
Yep, that is correct. Jeff is under the gun.
Here we go.
Hey, we'll look down at the Brent of clubs, the Brent Bartels. I don't know if Brent Bartels is watching, but that's a player that we did have in our first season. And,
Raised to
of course,
7,000.
in fashion, the Brent Bartels suited will be a raise.
Nick, 8-3. He's going to let go.
Oh, brother. It's another Jack X hand.
Catch you later.
Have a good night, Brock.
See you, bro.
That's just 7?
Just 7, he says, with his 670,000 chip stack.
And then it's limp.
Yikes. 6, 8, 5. Both players catching a bit of this board.
Check, 5K.
PJ might be inclined. Yep, he'll call for the gutter with the 7. That's a 4, and we have 3 diamonds. Remember that black joker is an 8 of clubs.
10,000.
And another bet from Jeff here. 10,000.
And PJ lets it go.
Yep, that's it. Jeff will take it. 58 hands through.
I think good fold for me.
River would have been the 3 of diamonds.
Oh, man, we put a
Oof.
4 to a straight flush out there. Nobody would have had it, but there's the cumulative winnings again, folks. And Brock just got eliminated
Well, maybe a
back
deep shot.
here, and
Maybe
not much you
100
can do
seconds
about it,
deep.
Brock.
For queens.
Said he wasn't not going to try for it with the queens, jammed it all in at the right time, and just got out flopped, and we'll have some work to do.
If he sees ace king on the flop, no way.
Say a big hello to Slade, Matt, and Derek, all
at the same time, you
Either current members or alumni, Slade and Derek, alumni of UNL Poker Club. Thanks for watching tonight.
away ace 10
PJ
or
raised
more.
to 6,000.
PJ raising it up with Jack 10.
West
He
call.
is dominated here by Wes.
And we got an interesting hand developing here.
Call by Jeff.
And Jeff will call from the straddle with a nice hand. King 9 suited could get interesting here if we see some big cards. 7-8 king. Jeff gets the best of it. But PJ with the gutter and backdoor will continue as the pre-flop aggressor for 8.
8,000.
Wes with some backdoor, including the ace of diamonds. He will let go this time, and of course Jeff will make the very easy rip.
Call.
A 9 would be an awful card for Jeff.
It would be.
Is it 4 of spades? It's
Another
not one of
4 on the
those.
turn.
Another 4 on the turn, that's right. And
This
PJ
time we come around for another 8.
will bet another 8.
Continuing the line here. Might be gearing up for a big bet on the river.
We'll call
Might be
again.
gearing up
And
for
the
a
river's
big
a
bet.
queen of spades. Jeff with the big old check mark. A third barrel coming.
If it is, it's got to be big.
I don't think it's getting a fold.
18?
We'll bet 18.
That's a call.
And it's
got
an
me.
insta-call with the king. And Jeff will take the pot.
Jeff
Close, lot of
was
equity there.
absolutely committed to his top pair. Was not going to let it go that easy.
Let me help you out, Jeff.
I think if PJ is going to take that line, I don't actually mind the 2 small bets leading up to the river because it feels value, and then I think if you bet big there, I think if you bet big on the end and really polarize it, if
Yeah.
indeed your read is something like what Jeff had, top pair there, or maybe even middle pair.
Yeah, he'd been playing that line. He played that line early against Jeff where it went little bet, little bet, little bet. And I think he needs to experiment and try to go a little bet, like pot or a little bet and kind of gradually increase. But yeah, I think he's just experimenting there maybe a little bit. And interesting enough, Nick will fold under the gun as we have hand number 60, the big 60.
PJ raised to 8,000. Left fold.
And I want to thank everybody for sticking around with this. I want to thank our producer tonight, Parker, for sticking around. Been doing an awesome job.
Parker.
Absolutely awesome job.
Jeff calls for 8K.
Jeff with the Jack 6
He's
and
been playing that
Landon
hand a lot.
5s have
We see-
made their way around the table
Yes,
tonight.
they have. I think almost everybody's seen 5s tonight.
Calls.
And just a call from Landon. I'm going to go set mining here.
Queen 4-3 will not hit the set, but not an awful flop for 5s. Landon actually does have the best hand.
Backdoor wheel draw for PJ.
We'll go check through to the turn. It's the 7 of clubs.
Goodness, a 5 would be such an interesting card here. Give him-
Yes, would give Jeff the straight. It goes check. Will Landon choose to bet here? It would be a very good time to bet. He'll bet 20,000 into 24.
Big bet.
Big bet.
Quick fold. And
Yeah, it
maybe
gets it done. Yeah.
I love it. I
Very
love the
nice.
big bet. And
Very
the-
nice bet.
And did you see what that river was?
The river's going to be the 5 of clubs.
It was a 5.
Oh, wow. Interesting. That would have been
Would
interesting.
have been sick. Lots more money would have gone in the pot there.
Yeah, I mean, 'cause somebody could have bluffed. No, I don't think anybody had a club, but it would have been interesting to try and bluff
Ace deuce.
Landon off the set. He did fold kings on the first session against
Well,
Lance.
PJ would have had the wheel,
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, that would have been. Oh, yeah.
so it would have been a
geez.
cooler.
My goodness. PJ would have had. Oh, and well, Jeff would have had the 6 there, because I think 6 was there 7 on board. I'm not sure. Yeah, that might have been his card. That'd have been straight set. Golly,
No
what
clubs
in the
at all,
world is
though.
going on tonight? It's crazy poker.
I have no idea.
Insane. It's
Crazy
always
stuff.
crazy. This is UNL Poker, folks. It's always insane as we head on to hand number 61 with PJ under the gun.
Wow. So I would have lost big.
Yeah, they're just discussing that hand. What would have happened? PJ, let's go 8-5. West with the queen 6.
6,000.
We'll make it 6. Jeff with the 10-3 of clubs. The West will call
Ace Jack. Landon.
with a big hammer.
He's down a Jack, as Nick is going to get rid of his Jack 4.
Landon pulls another nice hand. We'll see if he can stick around and hit something on this flop. Deuce 9-3. Not exactly. Jeff with the best flopped hand with the pair and backdoor.
Jeff calls.
Now Lana with the 2 overs here. Oh, that's not right.
Check.
4 clubs is the turn.
Bet.
And Jeff is going to pick up a draw here. What was the bet, Hammy?
Jeff checked. West bet 12,000. Jeff just called for 12,000.
So now the backdoor draw here as well for Jeff is I got the board fixed. The river card is a 3, which gives Jeff trip 3s. And I think the best way, yep, it's going to be another check. That's the best way to win more money. And he will win more money.
25,000.
It's a small bet. You can tell Wes doesn't have it. Jeff will come in with the raise.
Wes has to fold here.
Yep, it's going to be pretty obvious. He was just trying to bluff him off. Raises to
Raise to
55. 65. And it's an easy laydown. And Jeff, rivering trip 3s, had the best hand pretty much the whole way through. Gains 57,000 and is almost near even on bullet number 2 here. He had to rebuy, which is not bad. He's recovering, and we still have about 27 or so minutes. We're going to go till 11:10. We had a little bit of stoppages throughout the night, so we'll give him a few extra minutes to play some last hands. But very, very interesting.
What hand are we on?
We're going to be hand 62.
Hand 62.
Maybe about 15 minutes left, unless we do an extension.
It's going to be 11:10. It's 10:43 right now.
We're going to go until 11:10.
We got 25 minutes left.
Yep, made that ruling because we had to fix the stacks a little earlier. We had a couple people came in a little late, so thought I would be nice, and I imagine that'll probably be the thing that happens almost every time.
I anticipate that being a reoccurring situation.
Yeah. Maybe, maybe not. Just depends on the night. Of course, for the most part, been a very smooth night. We thank you for sticking around with us. Twitch.tv/poker. Remember, Thursdays, we'll be playing this upcoming Thursday, same time. Twitch.tv/UNL Poker. And make sure to follow us on Twitter for more updates at UNL Poker. Goes over to Jeff.
Raise to 6,000.
Raises with the queen 4 suited.
Nick with the 6-4. Bye-bye. PJ with the ace-5 of clubs.
Absolutely will come along.
Yeah.
Play a little small ball pot.
Alright, I'm here for it.
Eight of clubs, 8 of spades, 5 of spades. And dog from PJ with the best hand.
And it looks like Jeff is
Yeah, he's just
Hollywooding.
faking the raise. He's faking the raise. He didn't have it, yeah. The dog with the best of it.
Just waiting for the pitch and catch.
There's the winnings tonight. Remember, PJ with up 371K. Lost a little bit from what he was up earlier, but still very nice. That should put him in the top of the leaderboard right next to you. You're about a 330 up.
Yeah, 3. I thought it was like 307 maybe.
Take a look. We'll take a look at the standings. We'll have Parker bring him up. 309. You were up 309. PJ was up 6, so he should be right up there at the top of the leaderboard as of right now.
We still got to play this week though.
Sorry.
That's right. Still got another session. Remember,
Man,
that's
I can't read
Thursday.
numbers either.
And again, we'll show you the winnings right now. Nick up, also
Hey.
very big. He's also going to be up at top of the leaderboard.
Yep.
With 256K. Wes with a small but nice winning there of
Take a light
46. Landon and Jeff and Brock busted earlier. Brock is down 250,000 again. He's now down 500,000 rather
Only misdealed hand.
for
Jeff raised
the Premier League. Jeff will raise yet again.
Jeff has been hyper aggressive tonight.
Yes.
Something that has not really been a part of his game a whole lot. But I think tonight he came in
But you know, I had to
and
come
wanted
up
to
with
be
5K.
aggressive, and he's stuck with that the whole time here tonight.
Absolutely. PJ and Wes come along to a flop of king of clubs, 4 diamonds, 7 of diamonds.
Check, check. 7K. Fold. Fold.
Easy C bet by Jeff to take another 10K.
Nick still at 505,000. He had that huge hand very recently against Brock, knocking him out and basically recouping his losses
boys.
essentially
I
from
think I'm
that
gonna start
hero
looking at
call he tried to make
I think I
earlier.
would like to top up. I need 2 more purple chips. So
Well, again, just want to take this quick time to thank a few people. I wanted to thank Robbie Straczynski and
yeah.
the people who own twitch.tv/poker, the partners that own that for allowing us to
Depends
stream
my
on
price,
this.
too.
Very appreciative of them.
Right here.
Also want to thank
Here's
the
some-
people
some
that
two
helped make
cards
the
coming up.
table build
Here's my
possible. We had a
lucky
lot of people, Alec S., who helped out with the CAD. We had fundraising that a lot of people helped out and dealt with. Very appreciative of everybody. Nebraska Innovation Studio. I want to give a big shout out to Nebraska Innovation Studio, Jerry, Max, Dave, all the great people over there that helped us out in design and problems and all those types of things. Really appreciative to have, a gym for power tools, as they call it, which basically made this possible. Can't say enough. Can't say enough about how awesome that place is. If you're ever on the University of Nebraska Lincoln, go check out Nebraska Innovation Studio. It's super awesome, and it's a walkety walk. Walkety walk. I think that's the first walk I think we've seen of the Premier League.
I believe so.
9-2.
I had 10-3.
So yeah, very appreciative of all the people that have helped us make this Premier League possible, make this table possible.
9-9-2.
Oh, that would have been sick.
And
I
thanks
mean, I
for
would've folded,
watching.
so it doesn't even matter.
10-9-9.
Check. 20K, 40K, 80K.
Turn a deuce, turn a 3.
Turn a deuce, turn a 3. You have 2 turns. Am I running it twice? I don't know why no one's ran it twice.
Full house over full house over full house.
I would have asked to run it twice a few times.
Full house over full house over 2 turns.
I mean, it is cash game, so
Yeah, I'm
Not opposed.
Not opposed to that. There's nothing against that. We don't have any sort of chips. We used to do run it twice chips, and don't do that.
All right.
It's cash game style, so we would allow that. Off we go, hand 6-5, and it'll be Queen 5 for Nick, who was able to get Brock's chips in an Ace-King versus Queen's classic race.
8,000.
And will now take those chips to raise. And now
Jeff with sixes. Sixes is another one of those hands that's kind of made its way around tonight.
Yeah, he missed it with 6s earlier, and he will try to flop a set again, but he's now down
He's
a
down
6.
one.
Here's the flop. It's 4-10-9.
Now that would have been the flop on the last board.
Jeff's still ahead here with the 6s.
He may float, honestly, because it's not quite the board that's going to hit Nick all the time. And Nick will check, knowing this. A 3 on the turn, still not a card that's going to hit Nick very often. And Jeff might even think about coming in for the bet. He will.
He will.
7,000.
7,000 again.
Very tiny. I think if Nick had 2 overs, like Queen, Jack, King, Queen, he may call and rip for that small, but I honestly think he doesn't really love his equity here. But that means he's just going to raise it, interestingly enough, and will get snapped off by Jeff, who smells blood in the water. The river's a 7. That won't do it.
It will be a
Jeff
brick.
will check, and if Nick pulls a trigger, he might get snapped off. To be honest with you, I think Jeff smells blood.
It's gonna be one of those things where you look at that last street and just how fast Jeff called there. I mean, just absolutely snapped it off. You can't imagine.
Smart
and
check back. I
back.
think
Yep.
Jeff knew that Nick doesn't hit this board often enough. Very good call by Jeff to win the 30K. And he is back above his rebuy, but still down a bit on the night. But of course, that's not a bad goal to have, to get it back, to bring it
No, bring
back
it back
locked
to
down.
bring it back to the even. At least don't lose your second bullet. Essentially,
Absolutely. 10:51. We got about, let's see, 20 minutes, I would say. Yeah, 11, 10, 20 minutes. Have enough time, maybe get to hand 70. We'll see. We're going to be on hand 66. As we wrap it up, You know, we're always here pretty late. This is actually not the latest we've ever been at Anderson Hall. We've been here many a times at 2 and 3 in the morning.
I've been here till 3 before.
Yeah, we've had plenty of tournaments that have run that long, and we often call ourselves the Night Hawks, the Night Watchers.
Works for me, Di.
And PJ asked for a
It's more about
three-card
the
cut.
superstition, less about the cut.
But we are the Night Hawks of Anderson Hall, the journalism school. Here on a Sunday where nobody else is, and here on many nights where nobody else is. And now PJ with the 3-card cut. I can't imagine he's going to fold his 3-card cut. Oh, he does.
Shouldn't
He
have
hates it.
rushed the second
He
one.
hates it. Wes will fold. We'll get around to
like
Jeff with
that.
6-4 in the small.
Jeff calls, Landon calls, option, check.
And just a little limp pot here. Everybody with the opportunity to get a piece, and Nick will get the best of it with the king.
Jeff checks. Landon checks.
And looking like a
smart check.
around.
Very
I
smart
think
check.
so.
You got to wrap people in. It's a 4 of hearts in the turn. Jeff catches a piece.
Check.
Landon still has the open ender.
I think if you're Nick, you want to bet here to try to get at least one of them off this hand and try to go into a river heads up,
There it
and
is.
you will.
Call.
Okay.
Small bet, 3K.
I forgot this little
Landon will
top.
fold the open ender, and we are into the river just for 3K. Could get a little more. We'll see what happens. River's an ace. Might even go check, who knows. But I think Nick is going to set up for a river bet here. Nick bets 7,500.
And this should be enough to
Well,
get it done.
Will Jeff consider the raise here? I just think with how he does call, he will show the 4, and he will be shown that he was wrong this time.
3-5.
VPIP Jeff, way up there, still in the VPIP, 68% now.
Nearly playing 7 out of
Played a
every
lot of
10
hands.
hands.
My gosh.
Dear Lord.
Putting in the money, but you got to
holy
pay
grail
pay to play.
I would have been a little disappointed.
You have a heart? Yeah, okay.
The 3 of heart.
As we take a look again, Nick at 492,000. PJ still has been holding on to a very healthy stack at 616K. Wes just up 40 now. Jeff, as we said, down 250. Landon down 147. Brock
Alrighty.
eliminated earlier, Ace King versus Queens. If you, I'm sure you've been sticking around and you saw it.
On West.
Wes with
And
the 5s.
golly, gee willikers, we've seen 5.
You
yet
get a
again.
5, and you get a 5, and you get a 5.
Position.
Call.
Oh, just a flat.
Interesting flat here.
Jeff
From
will
West.
call.
Just a call with the 5s and
Oh,
landed
brother.
with kings. Spacemen, as we like to call them.
Raise.
Raise, sorry.
And Landon just min raises. Again, Landon doesn't raise very often, but Nick, by the way, has a very tempting hand and easy, not very much. I mean, Landon would have had to raise it
I
to
think
10K.
that's a very fine hand to
And
defend from your
PJ
big
will
blind with
jam it
ace
up with Ace Jack.
15,000.
Goodness gracious, this is setting up to be a
Now,
bit of a
West
cooler.
with the 5s. He could call,
The classic UTG.
but then I think
limp
Landon really needs to.
call.
I think it has to. I think that's right. I think it has to be a call here
Landon,
with 4 other people. Well, now 3 other people in the hand.
My 5s.
Landon calls, and
I've
this
only
is
got
just
one
not.
left.
He set it
So
up
if you're
to
gonna call, please
raise,
don't
to
do it with
4
me,
bet.
Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
He really did set it up to 4 bet here, but I don't think that's could get him into trouble.
Everybody.
I still feel okay with Nick coming along here, to be honest. Especially in the big blind, you've already committed
3.
to calling the previous raise.
He lets it go. I mean, he happens to be dominated here, but occasionally you wouldn't mind ripping with a suited hand. But he has a tight player to his right that called. Here's the flop. 9-3-9.
Almost.
Bricks.
I almost called
And it would have had trip 9s. Nick would have
Yeah.
had trip 9s.
Yep.
30,000 from Landon.
Landon comes out and bets 30,000.
Fold.
PJ says no thanks. Now
But
on
here's the
Wes.
thing. Wes has a decent hand. here with the 2 pair. He has the 5s. But does
I think with Landon, here, his bet certainly says, and that's a good fold in that spot. That certainly says 2 overcards to
and
the
he shows
board
it.
at
He
least.
here's the thing. I'm going to give Landon a big piece of advice. What would the board would have been?
The board would have been 3, another 3, and then jack.
Wow. Yeah. So Nick would have had the boat that he called with the queen 9. That would have definitely been interesting. I think. Yeah, I think Nick could appeal, but I also think I'm going to give Landon a piece of advice.
With kings.
Needs to
Once again, Landon.
probably
Landon's
let
passivity.
PJ bet that board. And I think it's just the pacing for him, honestly. I think it's just the you just made it face up. You just made that bet look about as clear as possible. Should have 4-bet pre-flop probably. But I think you just got to mix it up. I think that was very predictable,
All right, I'll get involved.
and there was no reason
like to take
Well,
you
and
need
by-
to play and flow.
By
I mean,
betting
play and
so
flow.
big there, you tell Wes in that spot, you're like, hey, I have 2 overcards, and it doesn't even matter if Wes puts you
Are you talking
on
about
like a
guaranteed
big
win
pocket
board,
pair.
or are you talking?
He's
Yeah.
putting you on 2 overcards, and that's a spot where he's going to fold his 5s to 2 overcards a lot anyway. So
He just
Nine of
announced his
clubs
hand.
is exposed.
No.
Burn.
He
9
just
of clubs
announced his
is
hand.
exposed. We go to hand number. Oh, they call it a misdeal.
He announced his hand.
What would that hand? That would have been interesting. He had a lot of interesting hands out there, apparently.
Somebody announced their hand.
Oh.
We were going to use it as the burn.
it's an orbit penalty. No, I'm just kidding.
He's going to have to sit up.
Wow.
But I was going to say the one other thing I would recommend Landon to
That's
do,
okay, I didn't have
he
a
did
good
not
hand
need to
for
show the other players his kings there.
Did not.
He,
Nope.
these guys are too good. He needs to hold on to every competitive edge he has if he wants to win this. Don't show them your kings. You leave it to be a mystery. They'll see it. They'll see it on the stream anyway. Don't give them any more information than they need to be given.
Absolutely agree with that. I mean, you've got veteran guys
It just
at the
shows that
at the
Henny is
table.
intentionally dealing you
PJ,
poor.
Jeff, Wes, especially.
It's fine. It's fine.
You don't need to give them any extra information. You know, they're already
Yeah.
going to take the information they already have compiled against you and use it against you. Don't give them anything extra.
Yeah. Absolutely. We head back to hand number 68 after the little misdeal. We'll be on Jeff again.
Yeah.
And Jeff with Doyle suited.
Got about 10 minutes left here. We are going to get to hand
Open by
70
the
most
bottom.
likely,
Come on now, boys.
which is about the same amount of hands we played on Thursday.
I don't know. It actually should be a limp. It actually should be a limp this time.
4K.
I don't know if
The
you raised it
suited
to 4.
Doyle.
Landon on the button. We'll hold it. Nick. Goodbye. PJ with the same suited hand of spades, 6-3 of spades, we'll call.
Looks like Wes is going to call as well.
So Wes is out of the hand, but he's not.
Goes check, check, 5K. Fold. Fold.
Who bet 5K?
Jeff bet 5K, Jeff takes it down.
All right, well, Jeff bet the 5K. We'll take it down. That was an interesting little thing there.
That's it.
What?
Again, Jeff, as we've said, most aggressive player at the table. As you look at the pre-flop raise statistics, and Landon could do with, I mean, he was at about 22%
He was like
earlier.
22 to 23% earlier.
And then it's just,
slow decline.
and I think he needs to continue. I mean, raise size needs to be bigger. Needs to be like 8 to 10K. I mean, it's been what the table's been opening everywhere from 6 to 10.
Yep.
It's been all over the board, but he needs to make it bigger than a min raise. He needs to deny. Luckily, PJ pulled a good hand and was able to re-raise in a bad spot,
Jack.
essentially. But
Jeff
And that just goes with, you know, paying attention to the guys at your table, right?
Right.
You know, if you say, "Hey, I want to open this hand," well, look at the sizings of what the other guys are opening. You know, if you got guys opening 6, 8 to 10, opening 6 here isn't gonna earn a lot of folds in a lot of situations. You know,
Jeff re-raised to 25,000.
Uh-oh. So Landon does what we say.
The sound he made does sound like he loves
It just gets
But he called
absolutely.
anyway.
So we're playing a big 3-bet pot, Landon and Jeff. I don't blame him. I like the raise, and it's going to come out very nicely for Landon. Jeff will hit part of the board and will continue.
15,000.
And see, I think this is a situation where you can sit on that for just a second.
Uh-oh, he's re-raised it.
I don't think you need to throw those chips out there so quickly.
And Jeff
You
will
just
call.
show so much strength. Smooth raising like that.
It's an 8 on the turn. Jeff will check.
And we'll see if Jeff takes that and uses that as a read. Landon.
Oh.
With the best of it here.
Jeff goes, oh no,
And
I
let's
was
see if
bluffing.
Jeff reads the strength from Landon.
He does
Generally
have a
a
queen.
nitty player. He's been pretty nitty tonight. He raises.
Just in case you
Jeff
were
with a
wondering,
good
it's 11
3-bet. But will
But he could have a queen. He could have jacks as well. I mean, there could be some hands that Landon would be betting here. It would be a good fold in this spot. I think there might be some spots where it might not be a good fold, but it's a big pot. It's only 20K. I don't think you can fold just yet. He will call. It is 152,000 to the river. It's a 7 of spades.
Jeff checks.
Check, check.
Landon checks.
It goes check, check.
And the king will take it down.
King good?
King is good, and Landon will pick up a nice pot.
76,000.
152K adds 76,000 to his stack and gets him back near about even. Very nice pot there by Landon. Stuck around, had a good raise, did call the 3-bet, and ended up raising in the right spot. Again, a little predictable, but Jeff couldn't fold the ace-queen, and he did take down the pot anyway, and we are on hand number 70. Probably have enough time for about 1 or 2 more hands.
And I think something like that, Alec, going back to that hand, I think a lot of that just comes, with experience. I think that was another situation where Landon really played that hand face up, just
Right.
in his table demeanor and the way he was throwing the chips out there. And those are just like the little nuances of the game that you slowly learn and you slowly pick up on the more you play. And that'll be something.
Take a
again,
beat. You got to take a
Yep.
beat. Take a breath.
Yep.
Take a few seconds, then make your decision. And Jeff is going to snap it off anyway. But
Mm-hmm.
hand number 70. We got about 2 more hands left in us here tonight before we call it quits. Turn into bed. And Nick finds himself a hand. A nice queen 10 off.
Raise to 8.
Nick,
Oh boy.
raise it up to
And
8K
what a time.
into the aces and just
he'll
a
just
smooth flat from PJ here. I love the play. And
Well,
we're gonna
he-
go heads up.
Heads up. Aces versus queen 10. PJ playing it a little tricky.
And a
Queen,
queen.
king 8. Okay, well, Nick will probably bet this.
Check.
Oh, it gets checked.
8,000.
And PJ will bet 8. Wow. Maybe kind of
Probably
read
a call
something.
here.
Well, at least rip. Maybe he was afraid of the king. We'll call a card. Turns a jack, which gives
Gives gutter options for Nick. Now this is
Open-ender.
getting interesting.
an ace
Or open-ended, sorry.
or a 9. And now Nick will donk this turn.
Goodness, an ace
We'll
would be
take the
ridiculous.
betting lead back. 14.
15.
15,000. Now, PJ with the aces. It's not a spot you're loving. I don't really think you
I
need
think
to
it
raise
just has
here.
to be a call again. With the jack coming, straight options open up.
River, 7 of spades.
So PJ will earn the check mark here. Now the question is, can he get maximum as Nick is going to fire again?
Who knows? I don't know. We'll see. I think it needs to be big. It needs to be polarizing. It needs to be about 55,000.
It has to be big. The
But
big.
here he's hesitating. You see he's hesitating. I think he should have smooth bet this. Who knows this hesitation, but he is grabbing more chips. He's counting
50K.
50,000.
And
Just a
just
flat.
feels
And
like
he'll
a
call
flat.
it off.
Yep. And the aces are going to take it down, and you see the face of disgust.
It's not a bad. I mean, it's not a bad bet. You had to see if you could try for it, but PJ just had the best of it. He turned the open ender, didn't get anything there. Thought to bet again. You know, maybe
The problem
diamond
with
draws.
that,
I
I was
don't know.
gonna say the problem with that board and that bet right there is, you know, PJ's gonna look at that board and see, you know, see a straight draw out there, but he's not looking at any flush draws. You know, he's not looking at anything crazy like that. He's not looking at a paired board, right?
Yeah.
Really. So in that situation, you're sitting with aces. You're like, okay, you know, there's only X amount of hands that I'm losing, and for the price with how big the pot already
Right.
was, you know, I think he's going to make that call quite a bit in that spot.
Yeah, but he played it tricky. He played a trick with the aces, just called, and we are on our final hand of the night, Hamlet. Final hand.
Final hand.
Oh, never mind.
Confirmed. It's the final hand. It's 11:07. Again, thanks everybody for sticking around. If you enjoyed this, make sure you see us again on Thursday, night 4 of the UNL Poker Premier League.
We
Mitch
will
and I will
be
be
playing.
playing. That's right.
Do a bomb.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about us playing?
You gonna take some chips from me this
I
time?
hope I'm on your. Hope I'm on
We
your
were across
right.
from the table
I
last
know,
time.
we were across. Usually it ends up we're like right next to each other. I was PJ on my left last time, which was fun to navigate the whole night. But I'll take you on my right this time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
PJ will just. He really wants to play the last hand. You can tell. He really wants to play the last hand. He
And
could
he's
just,
going to.
He,
Look
ju-
at
he
him.
could just
Look
take
at
his
him.
430,000 and go home, but he will raise the 15,000. This is going to get interesting, folks. Wes, with hand unknown, will fold and just take his profit for the night. Jeff needs to play a pot, but he will just cut his losses. Landon with the Jack 6 off in the big blind.
If it walks, we got to play one more.
I will have to agree that we hadn't.
Thank God.
Hey, it's. We're gonna play one more
Yeah.
on the walk, there, buddy.
Regardless.
Shows 9-5 off.
Oh, I just kicked the thing again.
That's all right. We won't. We'll just say we don't use the board cam. Oh no, it's still perfect. It's actually still
I just
okay.
kicked the board cam, so don't use it.
Magically, it's okay. There's the chip count again. PJ still up big. We got one hand to go here. We're gonna play. We're gonna make the executive decision that we can't have a walk happen. So.
And then they go,
72 hands. If that would have been the last hand, we would have played the exact same amount of hands
That's fair.
as,
And we're keeping
as
it fair.
Thursday. But hey, one hand more. I want to keep it fair. We can't end on a walk.
We want to keep it crazy,
We can't.
man.
We can't end on a walk.
And I can win like an extra 2K.
Small blind. Or big blind, nothing matters. Whatever.
It will be Wes under the gun
It's okay. I guess it gives me pre-flop position.
for the now what we hope to be the final hand.
Whether or not they want to play this one.
Wes with the 8-5. Will he continue to just take his 21K and go home?
No, I certainly won't be doing
No,
that.
he will just take a little raise to
Unless
5,000.
everybody calls it right.
Jeff calling
Jeff
off
calls
with
with
the
the
3
3-2.
deuce.
Again. Landon.
Landon in the small. We don't know quite what he has yet, but he will call.
40K.
Nick, fold.
40K
With
from PJ
kings.
with kings. Oh my goodness. He's gonna get folds here most likely, unless somebody just
Unless
wants to play
Landon
a
has
big
something.
pot.
Is this where it happened?
Fold, fold. Fold.
Ah, it folds
Damn.
around. That'll be it.
Come on, guys.
PJ
Show the
with the
kings.
kings will take the last hand of the night. Unfortunately, you'll see it. He had kings, and nobody had anything else. That is it for night 3 of the UNL Poker Premier League. Here is, we're going to put up the final chip counts of the night. PJ finishes it off what we expect to be at exactly 700,000. Of course, we'll update you if you follow us on Twitter at UNL Poker to make sure we get the exact counts.
Okay, I'm trying to get the count.
Nick, 403,000, does finish the night up very nicely. Another good profit for him. Wes up 16K. Landon down just 42, but he did come back at the end of the night. Jeff back down again. He's going to be down about 326,000 tonight. I'm not ready to go yet. I'm not ready to go. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Hey, what do you have PJ at?
PJ's at 700,000.
Yeah, he says he got a lot more than 700K.
Okay,
Not a lot more.
okay, we'll check it. We'll get that verified.
610.
Jeff is down big, and then of course Brock busted 250K again. I'll be down 500,000 cumulatively. Mitch, anything else before we let it go?
No, man, I think we had another crazy night of
619,
poker. A lot of
719.
really big hands. PJ, you know, comes out here an absolute dominance from the former grand champion tonight. You got to think how many chips he would be up had he not, punted away a lot in the last session. But either way, he's going to be in first place going into Thursday. So
Very nice finish from PJ. Jeff dusts away quite a few chips, and he's going to have to really focus on week 3 to get something back. Everybody else is going to be interesting. Nick, nice night. But, yes, absolutely. What a crazy night. Another great one. Premier League Night 3 come to a close. For everybody here, I want to say thanks to Hamlet for dealing, Parker for being our lovely producer tonight, doing a great job. And I'm Alec Rome. You're Mitch Francis, right?
I think I am Mitch Francis.
And that'll be it. Thanks so much. Twitch.tv/poker. We'll be back Thursday. Twitch.tv/UNL Poker. Have a good night, everybody.